Let us put ourselves in the holy presence of God. A good day, Lord God. You are the great teacher among all teachers. We ask for your forgiveness to those times we have sinned. Thank you for the good weather, good health, and the gift of unity to each other. As we continue this second part, the student teacher's mySOUL training, may you guide us always to apply the concepts discussed for our better student teaching journey. Bless the trainers and facilitators on this virtual training, that they can deliver this training properly and efficiently. This we ask in the mighty name of Jesus, our Savior. Amen.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. How is everyone doing? Okay, so you can place your kanang feelings or how your mood now, so you can place it in the chat box. I hope everyone is doing well. Yes, as Orland has mentioned in the prayer, we're thanking the Lord for a good day today. And of course, because of that, we are here. We are gathered to continue with our training. And for today, we will be. You might say that there are just like six of the features in Soul that you will be trained with, but actually they are a lot because it would really take a lot, especially for maybe assignment and the quiz. No, it will really take time. So I will be with you for the first three. Yeah, I will be with you for the first three: attendance, open forum, and forum, and then assignment. Um, um, excuse me. For the assignment, I will be just giving you the direct grading assignment, meaning there won't be any rubric, but because it would really entail a lot of time, but I will be sharing to you the URL wherein you could also make the assignments with rubrics. I know everyone has experienced this, especially with the education teachers, because they're actually really no we are really practicing to give our exercises or our projects with rubrics. So So for starters, we'll have attendance. So attendance is actually part of the initial activity that your students do, especially during your synchronous sessions. No. So how is it done? Okay. So for the empty classroom, no, your empty classroom or your sample classrooms that you were given, you might see nga na ay attendance daan, but for the newer classrooms, it's just already announcement that's given, no? But how would you be able to make or to create um, the attendance? Okay, so okay, okay, so I will be making the attendance. Okay, I will be making the attendance here in our student teacher virtual office, so that before after I make this one or after I demonstrate this one, um, you would be able to submit your attendance, so that I could also demonstrate to you how to check the attendance manually, or say edit the contents of the attendance. Because diba, maybe you have experienced this when you message your teacher na I cannot attend today because of this and that. The teacher could actually edit, no, or could change your attendance status for the day. So I will also help you out in or demonstrate to you on how to change that. So for this one, I will make the attendance in our student teachers virtual classroom. So I will share that. Okay, so in here you click on create learning activity. Okay, and then this time you click on activities, no, because all of these are things that the students have to participate in. So look for attendance, it's here. Okay, and then just place your title, no. Okay. And then you could also place your descriptions for your attendance. And then you click on save and return courses. For here, if you need to have a grade portion of your attendance, you could actually also place it here, and then place in a category later on, no? So if it's like 2 points for every attendance, it's up to you. Okay, and then as we have actually also mentioned yesterday, for restrictions and activity completion, it's up to you, the teacher, to actually place those restrictions and conditions for activity completion. And then but the basic is just placing the name. You place your descriptions on how they have their attendance. For me, I placed usually I follow the university's attendance policy for in accordance with the number of hours that I have. Like I have a 2.5 hour class. So I usually also um, have this as part of my attendance. Okay, let me just place it here. Okay, sorry. Okay, and just to have like a nice, or to beautify your description, or at least something that they could see right away to attract their attention. So here's the attendance link. I usually just place something in there. So for my attendance, I place this. and of course to remind my students of how they have to go through with the attendance. So most of the times I just check the attendance for synchronous activity, so synchronous session. So I have it here. So if my class starts at 12, so from 12 to 12:15, that means they are present. And then from 12:16 to 12:30, then that means they're late. And later than that, they will have to be marked absent, because later on I will also show you how it's done, that they cannot choose their status no in attendance. So they will just click on submit attendance, and the system automatically gives their status when it comes to their attendance. And then I click on display description on course page and save and return to course. Okay. And then I click on attendance for student teachers, or the supposed link. Okay. And we are given these in order for us to set our attendance. Okay, so set our attendance. So I click on status set. So this is the first one that you will have to set. Okay, make sure that your acronym here is PLEA, or PLEA. No, so that's present, late, excused, and absent. Okay, so in here it doesn't really matter for this one. It's just really like a counter. Also, if you'd add points later on, pwede na siya. But in here you will have to place your number of minutes. So I said the first 15 minutes of my period of our class will have the students will have to be marked present. So I will place there 15 minutes. Okay. Now, sa akong late, it would be the next 15 minutes. So that means already 30 minutes, because after the first 15 minutes, that means they are late, no? And then I won't place anything for excused and absent. If they have not marked after 30 minutes of the time, the student is already marked not present or absent. You could place it here, or you could just, pwede ra pog wala na siya. If you're done with that one, make sure nga pasunod ni siya, no? Because in the old kaning old sample course or old empty course, the one that was placed in there was not the PLEA acronym, no? So in there you would have a hard time also having or checking the attendance of your students. So make sure that you have this acronym. It would be better to really make your own attendance if you are asked to make the attendance. And then you click on update. All right. So if that's done, then we go to add session. So we click on add session. Okay. So we'll have it such that you will be able to submit your attendance later on, so that we could see also your status in submitting your attendance. So we have today, and then from let's just have it from 1:30. So this is military time. So we'll have it at 13, okay? 1300 to supposedly our time. It's from 1:30 to 2:30, no? Let's have it 2:30. So that's 14 and 30. So that's the time of your class, no? So 1 o'clock to 2:30. Okay, and then you click on multiple sessions, because you don't you don't want to make the attendance every time. So it actually, you can just make the attendance once, and then it actually just gives you the attendance for that particular time or day. Okay, so you click on repeat the sessions above as follows, meaning it actually gets or adapts this time. And then unsa siya nga adlaw. So if, for example, your class is Wednesdays and Saturdays. So you will just click that one. Most of the times, if the teacher would say, I will only check the attendance every Saturday because that is our synchronous session. So, pwede ra pud na siya. Pwede ra pud og duha ka buok ang ibutang. Then, you just repeat it once a week and then repeat this attendance until when? So maybe the end of the semester. So we'll have like the 20th and then December. Okay? And in here, we click on allow students to record own attendance. Okay, so what does that mean? They will submit their attendance. But we will not stop there. We will click on automatically select highest status available because if this is unchecked, this means that the students could choose kung unsa sila present, late, absent. No? Na I choice is student. That's why we have to pair it with automatically select highest status possible. What does this mean? No? The system will automatically set the status if the student is late, absent, or present. No? Just for example, the student has submitted, then it will automatically be recorded whatever the status of his or her attendance. So again, no, let's go back to the top. Okay, so we click on the day of the attendance and then the time of the attendance. Okay, and then multiple sessions. Yes, we make it one time for one semester or one time for one grading because you will be handling different maybe different sections for different gradings, and then you place the time or the day wherein you will check the attendance of the students, and then you have to place also or indicate the day where it will end, no? Ang sa ato ang uban, no, dili na nila ma-check ni, so that means pareha ra ang date nga ga-check ga-start, pareha ra pod sa end date. So that means this is also important that this should be set. And then for students to record their own attendance, they are allowed to record their own attendance, yet it is automatically selected by the system. Their status for their attendance is automatically selected by the system. You don't need to do anything of this one here because in automatic marking, we cannot be assured that it actually works, no? Maybe for a time, but I don't trust much for automatic marking because sometimes it doesn't take the attendance. So I will just have this one. Okay, and then I click on add. Okay, ano siya? Nakoy na-click. End date? Yes. No, sorry. Repeat until yes. End date? 13. Okay. Yeah, it's 1:30. Sorry, 1:30 di ay. Sige. Ato ning himuon og 15. Okay. So that you could also click on it. Okay. Then I click on add. Di gyapon siya ganahan. Di siya ganahag start date nga karon. Do you have the correct? Yeah, we have the correct. Okay. So, Sir Fred will have to edit the course start date because it doesn't coincide with our attendance or end date. I think it's the end date, sir. Yeah, the end date of our course. So, okay na, sir? Okay, sige. So, ready, okay. Okay, so there you go. I would want you to go to the attendance portion of our course for student teachers, and I would want you to place your attendance there. Dili na siya mo kuan, Chong. Okay. Are they late?
Wala pa yung nakakuan, ma'am. Wala pa yung
Yeah,
Ma'am.
Not showing up, ma'am.
not showing up also here in mine. Let me see again. Let's see. Okay, we'll just repeat that one. Yeah. Sige. Ano? To make sure. Okay. Sige po siya, Chong. It's November 30. And it's not showing again. Let me.
Makita na, ma'am.
Okay na?
Ano,
Can you
ma'am?
see it already? Okay, so let's try to. All right, so try to click or check on your, submit your attendance if you can. Sige, I'll show this back again.
automatic present, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah, we start at 1:30. So that means everyone who submits their attendance now should be present. No? Okay. Okay. So for those who have not clicked on it, it's fine. I will just show you on how the teacher accesses the attendance of the student. Okay. Okay. So when you see it here, when it's already the end of the period or maybe the end of the day of the week, you would also want to see the attendance of your students. So you click on attendance for student teachers, and then you will know that it actually has checked the attendance because of these icons. Because if you look at those that are not yet checked or days that are not yet used when it comes to the attendance, ingon ani ra nga icon ang mugawas. So if it has a green arrow like this, that means it has already been um, uh, used, no, or it's ongoing, or it's actually some the attendance has already been done. Okay, so I also advise that you just click on weeks. So that means the students will only see, no, the students will only see like one or two attendance checking, no, attendance checking for this for the week. Because if you place all, Ma-overwhelmed ta, no, ma-overwhelmed. The students will be overwhelmed. Daghana pa dayon natong number of days for checking of attendance. So just click on weeks so that they will just see that. Or kung ganahan po, days na lang para for that particular day only. Okay? So there you go. So for example, no, for example, it's already manana siya. So simply you just click on this one, no? Click on that one, and then you will see who among your students have submitted their attendance. Most of the times, what comes here after like a day or after the end of your class period, you would really see the ones who are present, late, and absent, especially if you have marked automatically absent after 30 minutes. So it's like this. And for those, like for example, Lian has messaged me that she wasn't able to um, click or submit her attendance, but I will see in the logs that she came late, so I will just manually do it for her, no? So, and then um, Seth has also messaged me that he wasn't able to attend the session. So instead of automatic absent, no, because okay man pod ang reason, so that will also just be excused. So you as a teacher could actually edit, especially now nga there's power interruption in one place, and then so on and so forth. So as students also, you should also advise your students to message you whenever there's really a need for you to check the attendance or to change the attendance status. Okay, so you could save that one once everything is done. Okay, so let me check questions. Oh, wala po daw sila kuryente. Okay, so yes, so I think I've answered Rona, no? So the excuse would mean if, like, for example, yeah, for that one, if the student has messaged you that this and that with the reasons, and maybe if you need the evidence of their absence, no? So you could actually mark it yourself that it's an excused absence. Okay, once that's done, save attendance, and then you are done with that one. Okay, other questions? Oo, bago pang ni join ang na-late bitaw. Oo. Okay, so other questions regarding, yes, Dave?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Kanang
Yes.
unsaon na to pagkakita, ma'am, sa mga previous na attendance, ma'am?
Yeah, it will also appear, it will just appear, no? Pag click nimo sa attendance, for example, you would see a line of with this icon dong, no? So all of those past attendance days, no, it would also be placed here, no? So if this is like click on weeks, you could just click on all. No, maybe for you look at the attendance weekly or maybe monthly. So all of them, those that have already been done or already were past attendance, you could actually see it in here with this mark.
Thank you, ma'am. Salamat, ma'am.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, Murag, I don't see any more people raising their hands. Okay, so let's proceed. Proceed bata? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, sige. Yeah. Okay. So just tell me if it's noisy, too noisy, because we will be installing. Okay. Can you hear the noise now? Di ra kayo.
Wala raman, ma'am.
Okay, so okay, thanks to the noise canceling Charlu. Anyway, if you will be if it will be too noisy, just tell me so that I could like repeat what I said. Okay, sige. So for the next one, we will have open forum. Maybe you have actually participated in an open forum or forum discussion. So what's the difference between the two? No, so I will show you the difference between an open forum and a forum. No, but really, no, we were actually trying to just to actually remove one because most of their features or most of their functions are similar. No, the 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 most distinct that a feature of the two is that when you say open forum, it doesn't give you the time frame where you could just um, set it that way or use it. Wala siya begin date o end date, no? Unlike a forum where there's really a begin date or the start date and the end date, no? Kana ra siya. But I will show you how to create both and how to grade both, no? So that the both features could also be used for grading, no? Like graded participation, it could actually be used for that one. All right. So again, I will place it in our student teacher's office so that we will be able to you will be able to participate so that um I will also demonstrate on how to check both. Okay? Sige. Sorry. Okay. So I will just place it right below the attendance portion. Wala pa. Okay. So you will also click create learning activity, and then this time click on let's do forum first. Okay, let's click on forum. Okay, so for forum you could really like for example you'd want to use it in a live session, no? So we have to also we have to also make use of other live sessions other than just Zoom or just Google Meet. We could actually conduct a live session without the use of any video conferencing tool, no? So this is actually something that you could also use. So for example, forum you will have to have like a discussion through the forum. So you'll place here okay, and then your instruction whatever it is. So they could be text, it could actually, if like you'd want them to react to a video, you could also place your YouTube URL here. It's actually the same. And then in here availability, so this is what I was telling earlier. So for forum you could make use of this one for live sessions because it has a start date and an end date. So here, okay, So you could place it, like for example, for us, it will start at 1:45, and then it will end at 2 o'clock. Okay, there. And then you could also have attachments and so on and so forth. So like proofs or whatever it is, then you could actually also set attachments, no? So because this is like if this is like a graded activity. And then um you could also click on, okay, so you click on whole forum grading in order for you to be able to place points to it. Like for example, it's in a point system. So if it's 10 points, no, this will be 10 points for the students. So you'll just place it in the whole forum grading. Okay, and then you click on save and return to course. Okay, so I will give you time later to place your discussion there, or maybe you'll have to place your discussions there because we will only have like 15 minutes. So I will give you like 2 minutes to place your discussions here. Kindly access it and then place your discussions.
Maskin unsa ra ma'am?
Yes, anything, no? Sige, anything. Okay, sige. So just drop like a line or two there, and then later on we will just go through that so that I would be able to show you how it will be graded. Okay, but before that, I will also demonstrate to you on how to make the open forum. Okay, so the open forum. For the open forum, it's actually the same. You click on create learning activity and then click on activities. And this time you click on open forum. Okay. Okay. So let me just place, okay. Okay. So in here, I will I will place the URL of the video for making an assignment using rubrics so that everyone will also see. And then you can also post your questions. And then I'm making it open, no? So here you cannot have like the availability as the one that we have in forum, yet we could actually close this one like discussion locking, no? So pwede siyang ma-lock after a time. Okay, so for those who, I could just also give a grade of 10 points for this one. and then you click on save and return to course, and then there. Okay, so just like your label or any of those description portions, your video could automatically show as well. Okay, all right. So for the forum discussions, we have already 10 posts here. Okay, so in here, for example, after I have already placed, I have already placed like my posts as well, or replies or feedback, no? So this is actually a feedback in the part of the teacher when you reply to a post of a student. Once you're done with that one, you could actually start grading your students. So you click on grade users, and then you will see the post of the student here. Okay, and then you will place your grade kung pila iyang grade, no? So it should be like, or you could actually just place right away, no? 7 points, then so on and so forth. Okay, so click on save here at the top, and then go to the next student. Okay, so there. So in here, we didn't screen out if we'll just have to grade the student or the teacher. Kay labot ang teacher dire, no? So you will have to filter that out as well. Okay, so that is how to grade the forum, no? Murag dali ra siya kaayo. Another one is to while also doing this, I will give you. Okay, I will give you. Okay, so you could actually look into their posts and then click on a reply, no? So you can actually give a reply, no? And then if you want that not others could see the reply because maybe it's like a sensitive topic also, so you could actually click on reply privately. Pwede siya. Okay, and then for the advanced features, especially if you want to also give a file to a student or attach a file to the student, you could actually also place it here. How did I do it? I just clicked on the portion. Let me do that one again. The portion advanced, no? So you could actually like um, click on that one in order for you to be able to have more features in order for you to be able to reply to the message or to the statements of your students. So pwede siya. So you could also place that one. You could also place your URL here, especially if you'd want your student to look into other sources other than the answer, you could place it here. And then you click on post to forum, or you could also click on reply privately. Okay, questions on forum, on how to post, on how to grade the students? Okay na ta? I think
I
silence
do
means.
have a question, ma'am.
Okay,
I'm
sige,
not sure
go.
if I got it, basig naputol akong connection, but kanang kuan ma'am ba, like time to like for the student to edit their kanang replies sa forum, like is there like a limited time, di ba? Kamera kabante ko nga 30
Yeah.
minutes. Pili na siya
Like,
pala, ma'am.
for example, because for this forum, it's only like 30 minutes. No, I just timed it for 30 minutes or 15 minutes. So that's the only time ma-edit niya. No, because after that, after that, he or she could edit it for as long as the teacher has not set it as discussion locked. No, discussion locked siya, no? So, pero the teacher would know that it will not be part of the time already, no? So, kinahanglan siya nga within the time span. But if you'd want to have it kanang murag open, meaning after that discussion, the students could still go back and do other stuff there, or maybe edit their work or edit their posts, no, you could actually make use of open forum, the one that we had the second demonstration. So open forum, mas maayo siyang open forum because it's up to the teacher to lock, no, it's up to the teacher to lock the discussion, maybe longer because wala siya availability set. So there. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Other questions before we proceed? Kindly also place your post in open forum so that I could also see how we will be able to check that. Hopefully some of you have already posted. Kindly post in open forum for this one. There's no need to really ask. Oh, you could just ask questions. Any question will do, for as long as we will be able to also demonstrate how to grade you, or how to grade the students in an open forum, because it has a different way of grading it. Sige, 2 minutes to grade you, or 2 minutes for you to post in open forum so that I could grade you. Let's have 2 more posts for the open forum. We already have 7 posts for the open forum, so let's check it. Meanwhile, okay, sige. So we already have 7 posts. So we don't just grade it right away using this link. So what we do is we click on course dashboard here, okay, and then click on open grader, okay, and then so in here we cannot see anything yet, but most of the times, let me see. Okay, so we cannot see right now that it has already registered that it can already be graded. Um, I will just show you an example of like an open forum that I have used in class, in an actual class, and where I could grade them. Okay, let me just uh, okay. All right. So in here, this is actually an introductory activity. So it's an open forum. So I will click on course dashboard and then click on open grader. And then in here, in this portion here, you will see all the open forum activities that you have or the one that needs grading. And I will just click on this one. I feel like taking a picture. That's the first one that we have. Okay. And then we click in here. And then the post of the student will be placed here or will be posted here, and then you will just place the grade in there, and then you could actually also have like a personalized feedback. So if you have something to say to the student, pwede siya. Oh, no, it's an overall feedback, and then for activity comments, you could actually place it here for the student. Okay, and then for example, this one is worth 25 points, then you will actually also place it there. And then um, if you need to have comments about the activity, you could place it here. No, so there, and then click on save grade or save grade and next. So it will also display the next work of the student. So there, okay, and then so on and so forth. No, so if the student didn't pass or didn't post anything, it will be also seen because there will be no the portion for the post is empty. So you will just click on save grade and next. So that means wala siya grade. Okay, so on and so forth. No, so there you go.
Ma'am Alf,
Yes,
this is open forum, no?
yes, open forum, ma'am.
Pwede paki-repeat, Ma'am Alf, kay how to access the forum and how to grade individually, the one you just showed us. Asa tong
Forum,
open
ma'am.
grader? Yes. Open
Sa
forum tong latest ni mo, ma'am?
Yes, open forum,
Open
ma'am.
forum.
Okay, so sa open forum, you just sorry, I'll have to uh okay. Okay. So again, this is for open forum, no? So open forum would mean you will click on course dashboard. Okay. It's like the end option here in the left column. No, so right after the option to create a new section, that's course dashboard, you click on that one, and then you will have these options to click. So you click on open grader. Okay, open grader, and in this portion you will see the activities wherein you could actually grade using this one. So one of it is open forum. So for this one, no, you'll just click on this one, and then you can place, you could already place the grade in here of the student, place an overall feedback, and then make also your comments if you need to give the comments, and then you click on save and next to proceed to to check the next student's post. Okay, so for this one, while I post, okay, no post as well. Okay, so walay daghang ni post. And you can actually also choose other, like for example, this one, you want to choose another um um activity, pwede na siya. For this one, I have set it that there's no need for a grade, no? So you would just want to really see them one by one, pwede na siya, no? So I have also made use of an online text for this one. So there's no need to grade. It's actually for profiling purposes. So it's not just for open forum, but open forum is one of the activities that you could grade through Open Grader. Okay.
Thanks, Ma'am Al.
Okay. Sige. Questions before we go, or before we proceed? Sorry, before we proceed. The next one is already the one that's really murag dako na siya og scope because it will be assignment. Yes, yes, Dave.
Katang sa open grader, ma'am, apil po tong sa kwan, ma'am, no? Sa mga assignments and other activities.
Yes.
No?
So
Okay,
that
ma'am.
means it's not just the open forum that you could grade in there, but also the other activities that can be graded through Open Grader. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So let's proceed. Wala na tay question. Yes, Dave.
Unsa ang pag-grade anang by group, ma'am? For example, ma'am.
So we
Ingana.
we will do that one for assignment. Okay, so for assignment siya.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Sige. Okay, so let's proceed now with the assignment. Okay, so assignment really like it's actually not just for assignment like something that they have to do overnight. It's actually also something that you could use like for a project, because most submissions are through the assignment feature. It's just a name, ngalan ra siya nga assignment, but you could actually make use of it in so many for so many activities. Okay, so
Lugar na pong duha kundi.
You are muted, ma'am.
okay, so for assignment, sorry for that one. For assignment, I will be also showing you how to check individually, and what Dave was asking earlier, how to make or how to check it, or how to also set it that only one person there's only one submission, especially for groups, no, for groupings, only one submission, yet everyone will be graded automatically together, no? Pwede siyang ingon ana. It's called groups or groupings. Okay, so we click on create learning activity. and then click on activities, and it's actually the first activities feature there. So we click on assignment, and then what is our assignment? Let me just go back to okay. Okay, so we'll place okay. Then you just place your instructions here directly, or what your students need to do for this particular activity or assignment. Okay, so just like any of your description portions, it could handle, or it could hold a text, image, or even also for this one, I've also placed like uh, a link outside of Soul. So it's there. So I also placed it there. Okay. And then you click on display description on course page. This is something, if you want your students to see right away the instructions for the activity, then you have to click on display description on course page. Because sometimes if we don't place it, or if we don't display it, no, there's a tendency that they will just labyan ra ang assignment because I don't know what's inside, because they usually just look at the main page, or the main page of the current topic. Okay, so in here, once you're done with that one, just below it there's the due date. So for us here, it's automatically set 1 week after. The due date is 1 week after you have made your assignment or your activity. Pero you can actually also you could actually also kaning change it, no? So like for example, it will be due Monday, no? And then what time? So in here, again, no, if your classes are in the afternoon, make sure that you choose these portions here, not these times here, because it will be kadlawon, okay? So 1 o'clock or 1:30, however it is, no? So like for this one, 1:30 of Monday, okay? And then availability, no? So availability, let me just place it under. Okay. So as what Sir Fredley said yesterday, if you don't want them to see the assignment yet because you are not yet done setting it, or you still need to add more instructions to it, kindly hide from students. Okay. And allow submissions. Most of the times I just disable that, because for me, if they already have their work, what why do I still have to place a start date of submission or availability of for them to submit? So I only have due date or cutoff date. So what is the difference between a due date and a cutoff date? Okay, so the cutoff date should not come before the due date, no, because the due date, no, after the due date, the students can still submit, but the system will already tell you that it has been submitted beyond the deadline, no? But if you turn on the cutoff date, that this would mean that the student cannot submit anymore because it's already cut off time. So what does that mean? No? So if you want your students to still submit even after the deadline, you will disable that. meaning your students can still submit. But if you don't want them to, if you want them to be disciplined that they have to submit on time, then you will enable that. You will enable that in such a way that, for example, for this one, I would want it that during the due date, it would also be the cut-off date or the cut-off time. So, meaning after the due date, they cannot they could not submit anymore. So I will have the same cut-off date and time. Okay. Nakuha ra to? Questions? Wala? Okay ra? All right. So that's it. Also here, this is also just to remind us, especially so that we would be able to check the students' work on time. You can also enable this so that you will be reminded when to check it. Submission types. Okay, so here for submission types, you have two options to let them submit a file or an online text. So for my assignment, it says here that they have to submit it in MS Word. So that means file submissions. Okay, file submissions would mean you could actually have the option to let them have more submissions. For dili na di ay. Okay, so that is actually the maximum number of uploaded files, and then you have the option, no? So 5 MB kinadak-an ana is 5 MB ra jud siya, site upload limit. Even with our students, whatever the file is, it's only 5 MB, teachers and students alike. And then after that one, feedback types, no? If you'd want to like do some commenting or do comments, no, or annotate PDF, you could also click on feedback comments and annotate PDF. Feedback comments mean you could also type some feedback comments while checking the work of the student. And then submission settings. Okay, so maybe you have experienced different ways on how the teacher has set this one. So for those who have already experienced this, wherein submissions don't have to require you to click on a button that you have submitted, it's because the teacher has set it that no button for confirmation on a submit button. But most of the times I place that one because there is I have had activities in the past wherein I didn't require a submit button, and then a few students actually messaged me and said, I don't know, ma'am, if I have really submitted or not. So this one is especially because we will be dealing with junior high school students and elementary students. It's better to have really like a submit button or a submission button. Okay, and for this one, this is something especially if I make it a point that this is also something that I click on yes, especially if it is like an essay work or something that they need to have like okay, so accept the submission statement. So meaning, are you sure you're the one who really made who really made this work? So naapod siya yung murag submission statement of something like that. And then so attempts reopen usually I don't just or you could actually have manually, meaning you could actually make them pass and when they say so. No, never means they could not submit again if you don't allow them. So if you would want to allow them to submit again, you could do it manually on your own. So you will be the one, they will message you that they need to submit again. Okay, so this is actually the portion here. Okay, so this is actually the portion here where Dave was asking, how about if the submission is per group, no, by groups. So if it's for individual submission, so that should be no. Pero kung it's a group submission, you click on yes. Okay. So in here, yes means naa na kay nagama nga groupings before this one. Okay. So if you click on this one, grouping for student groups, none, wala man. So we have to make sure nga naa nay grouping. Okay. For this one first, students submit in groups, yes. Require group to make submission. Group to make submission, yes. Okay. So require all group members to submit. So do you want them to submit lahi nga work? So most of the times, if it's a group submission, I would only ask one group member to submit. No, so I just want this one. No, and then in here we cannot proceed with group submission if there are no set groups beforehand. No, let me just ask Sir Fredley. Okay, so later on, because supposedly there's already a set of groups for you, but it didn't appear here, so maybe it was not set as grouping. So later on, we will also have set that one as groupings. Okay, so let's just place that back to no, because that would mean individual work. Okay, plug scan. Okay, so for plug scan, sige, I was just asking Sir Fredley if he could like place some grouping so that I could also demonstrate to you later. Okay, so for plug scan, this is only applicable if your submission type is file submission, and of course if they are PDF or in Word format. No, plug scan would mean it will actually be checked for plagiarism. No, so if you'd want to have that feature, make sure that it's a file submission and you click on this one. So how would you want it? Do you want to check it manually, or do you want the system to check it for you? So most of the times I do this one, start check immediately. What does that mean? You could start check immediately after the student has submitted his or her work. No, so start check immediately. So there, and then this one also, I also place even if this is present here, it doesn't work yet. Unfortunately for us, online text submission for plug scan doesn't work well yet, so I don't recommend this one. And then share results with students. No, so how do you share your results with students? Maybe after the due date. No, once everything is already scanned. Okay, so pwede na siya. Or you can actually also have it always after, even before the due date, basta they have already, the system has already checked for plagiarism, it will be shared to the student as well. And then grade. Okay, so grade here for this one, we will just have it as point system with simple direct grading. Simple direct grading is you just simply place the score of the student. No, it's not with like set of rubric. No, so kana siya. So for example, it's only 15 points. Okay, and then okay. And of course, for restriction and activity completion, again, you can set that one on your own, depending if it needs, no? Depending on the need, if it needs to have restriction. Okay, so the important points here before we save this work is, of course, the title, the instruction on what to do. So the description portion is where the instruction has to be placed. And then the due date. Okay, so the due date also comes with a cutoff date. Okay, so most of the times I just disable availability, like allow submission start date. I just disable that. Cutoff date, it depends on the teacher. Again, if due date and you want, if it's already the deadline and you want your students to still submit, you just disable the cutoff date. But if you want that they could not submit anymore, then you could also make or set the cutoff date the same as a due date. If you want them to have or to have allowance, like for example, this is the due date, but you still want to give them like 3 more days for the cutoff date, you could also change the date there, no? For as long as the cutoff date should not be before, it shouldn't be before the due date, it won't work. No, the system won't let you save this assignment. Okay, and then for file submissions, it's file submissions or online text. So you could actually have like an option. So most of the times, no, make sure that you only have one type. Is it file or is it an online text? Now, online text would mean your students will directly answer here in Seoul. No, they don't have to. Submissions are done while they are done typing their answers within Seoul. So if you feel like the activity should be done synchronously, no, so you could do that. No, you could do online text as well. And then for feedback, if you need to like place a comment, okay, on the feedback, then you could also click on feedback types. Submission, if you'd want to have the submission button and submission statement buttons, or buttons. And for groupings, for this one, let's just have it individually. Later on, we will have another demonstration for this one. That's for groups. Okay. And then for plug scan, it would also depend on the type of uh, upload, no, the type of file that's uploaded. Make sure it only has to be file submission for now. No, file submission for now. It doesn't work for online text submission. And of course, the number of points, that is simple direct grading. No rubrics yet. Okay. Once you're done with that one, then you click on save and return to course. Okay. So it's there. So we have set it earlier that it is not yet published to students. If it's time for you, if it's time for you to have it published to students or shown to students, you just click on this vertical dots here and then click on show. And it's already shown to students. Try to see in your student teacher virtual office if it's shown. Okay. Okay, so you would want to have a sample of the plug scan, but not, of course, from my submissions. You could actually make, you could actually place like a really copy pasted work, and submit it now, so that maybe later on we could see the kanang the plug scan at work, no? Yes, Rona, we have to indicate the groupings, no? So not necessarily manual, we will set the grouping. So might as well also teach you on how to group first, no? Before we will go back to this one and do the groupings, no? Do the grouping group submission. Okay? Sige, I will teach you on how to do, or how to do the group and groupings in order for you to be able to use it in an assignment. Question?
Alfie, I have a
Yes.
question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Ma'am Av. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd just like to share an experience regarding submission bitaw katong maximum submission one file.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
because with the experience with my son, the teacher gave 3 documents to download, then the answer. And then when you submit, you cannot submit these 3 files that you have downloaded because the maximum is only 1 file,
One.
and that's the
Yes.
default. So for me, I made everything in 1 file. Akong Word and then submit 1 file. So I wonder
Yeah.
how maybe a simple instruction for other parents who have no knowledge on how to put the files into 1 file. Kaya
Yeah.
separate man ang gihatag sa teacher.
Yeah. Supposedly, ma'am, it should be like if there are like 3 files that it should like the teacher should
3
produce or
submissions.
create. Oh yes, should produce like three like 3 assignments no for
Mm.
submissions. As before, it was actually allowed that we place more than 1 file, no, more than 1 file. But then again, it became like some of the teachers will have like 10 files or 5 files, and it becomes too heavy already for the system because one upload is like 5 MB. So that was actually a recent restriction. So maybe the teacher also, ma'am, was not aware that there was no such thing as already passing the submission of 3 files is not anymore allowed, no. So that's why yeah, we also had, I think, if I could mention, there was this department wherein we had to have like a demonstration for parents on how to do that. The one that you have actually said, ma'am, that it should be compiled in 1 file in order
Mm.
for the child to be able to upload it right away. Yes, ma'am. We actually also have mga mga trainings or short, yeah, mga short demos for parents, no. We have it like every Saturday. Earlier this morning, we had like how to save it in Google Drive, mga inana, ma'am. They are actually for parents or for those that who are assisting, especially the elementary or maybe the early childhood kids, no. So we also actually offer that one, ma'am. The problem is walay mutungha, no. So
Wala siya.
yeah.
So
So
maybe for our student teachers, maybe part of their instruction on how to put the files,
together.
3 files together, kay ang
Mm-mm.
maximum submission, 1 file ra. So I really
Mm-mm.
had that problem before, and then I
Yeah.
realized, I find it myself. So
Mm-mm.
I am helping my grade 2 son on
Yeah.
terms of submission. So I'm just concerned of how other parents would be, especially those who are not techy enough.
Because last year, ma'am, I think it was still okay to have like more than one uploaded file. Murag karon ra gyud ni siya gi-restrict because, or maybe uh half of last half the half of the academic year last year, gikuan na ni siya, ma'am, limit na siya to 1 file lang.
Mm-mm.
Oo. So
Okay, so thank you.
so
That's a concern that I have
yeah.
experienced.
So again, a heads up, no? So maybe you could also make it a part of your um
Instruction.
yes, instruction, and also things to consider in doing that one file submission. So most of the times, I also believe that this was restricted because we wanted everyone, no, we wanted everyone to also be able to use their Google Drive, no, Google Drive, in a sense that um there is no need for the teacher to actually download the submissions, because he or she could access it right away in the Google Drive. So a lot of teachers have already incorporated this instruction in their assignments or in their projects, that even in the instruction portion they have already placed how to be able to share their URL in the Google Drive, no, or share their link to the teacher using the Google Drive. So for teachers also, you have to consider that if your assignments would entail too many files or would entail like a heavy file, no, it's a big file, then make sure not to let them submit it in SOUL. Make them submit or make them place it in Google Drive, and then just let them get the link. So you should also have that set of instructions. So thank you for that one, Dr. Nasvik. Actually, that's also something that would be very helpful to them in order for them to have a better access or a better way of checking, and of course a better way of also having access to their students' assignments. Okay, so we have a chat.
Thank you, Ma'am Alfie.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, so yes, also that this is Payan was actually saying that it's okay to also have that online text. Yes, that's what I usually do. No, I don't usually let them have submissions using file, no, but I will just let them, if I know that the files are too heavy, I just let them do submit it in the drive, and then they just give me the link. Okay, so look at I hope everyone has read the chat of the post of Ma'am Gina also for everyone. Okay, so for this time, okay, this time, has anyone already like submitted an assignment that is supposedly plagiarized or just copy pasted and then gi kuan na din ha gi submit na? So just submit that one, no, just submit that one so that we would be able to look at it later on, no. So let's give time for the system to check it. Okay, so this time, hopefully it works now. Let me check first. All right. Sige. Okay. So before we proceed with having group submissions for assignments, I will demonstrate to you on how to make groups and groupings within the classroom. Okay? Sige. Okay. So how do you make groupings first? No, so more or less, that's actually part also of collaborative work. So they have to do grouping. So you could still do that one or assign groups or groupings in your virtual classroom. So you click on the gear. Okay, so the upper right gear, and then you click on users. And then you click on groups. By the way, you could only do this if you are the teacher of the classroom. So you can do this one in your sample ST virtual classroom. Then click on groups. Okay. And then you will see that you can actually auto create groups, or you could create them on your own. Okay, like for example, I would want to have like group name,
Excuse me, ma'am. Muted ka, ma'am.
yeah. Okay. So group name, maybe for the group name, it will be for the activity. Usually so that dili ta mawala, no? So what is the activity so that you would also know, you would also be aware, be aware of the groups, what activity is it used for. So like for example, it's for lesson 2, groupings or groups, and then you click on save. Okay. Okay, so I already have that one. And then I click on groupings. No, not yet. Sorry. Go back. Let's go back. Okay, so we click first or add first the members in the group. Okay, so we click on, for this one, for example, lesson 2. And then we click on, how come I cannot? Okay, sorry. And then I click on all the students. Okay, so students there. Okay, so in here, I will choose manually, who will be part of lesson 2 activity. Like for example, I will just have 5, no? Okay, so you could do that, no? You could do that one if you want to do it manually. And then back to groups. Okay, back to groups. For this one, I could just edit group settings because like this is for lesson 2.1. So this is the first group of lesson 2 activity. Okay, and then I would create another group, so on and so forth. If you would want an instant grouping, no, auto create groups is the key. Okay, so you will have like, what do you want? Would you want it in number or in letters? So am I correct, sir? If it's group at, it's actually letter.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and if it's group
Pound sign.
pound sign, it's
It's
number.
number. Yes, ma'am.
So you could actually have that one, and then you just click on submit right away. Group members, how many group members do you want? So there. And then submit. Grouping name. Okay, so the grouping name is, okay. So there. So there's already like the big grouping, no, the big grouping. So in here, I have, where is it now? Okay, here. So I already have this one, but I don't have people yet, Sir Fred.
So, ma'am, naka-auto naman siya, ma'am. So you have
Okay.
members
So
na.
it won't show right away.
Ma'am, if you click the groups, ma'am, groups tab, and then you can click the
Lesson.
group 1, ma'am. That's the
Okay,
name.
here. So yeah, I only have like 5 groups. Okay, so supposedly, 5 groups. So this one, there, here it's overview. It will show who among you will which group you belong to, no? Sorry, it's not groupings, but sa overview. Okay, so in the overview, you will see already your groupings. Your students will see it where? If you click on, aside from the fact that you will see it in the assignment itself, you could actually also go see it using your the participants. In the participants, beside your name, no, beside your name, you would also see your group number, or your group, yes, your group number for lesson 2. Okay, so let us again, no, so again, let's make another group for another grouping, or for another lesson activity. So you click on users, and then you click on groups. Okay, and then you click on auto create groups. It's better to have like auto create groups if you want, because if you have like but if you want to do it manually, you could still do it manually. Okay, for auto create groups, all you have to click is auto create groups, and then just choose, like for this time, let's not have the number, let's not have the okay, so let's have the letter, because we had the numbers earlier. Number of groups this time, member per group. Okay, member per group is 5, so that's what I would want. Members per group 5. And then groupings, we will have, it's a new grouping, it's for lesson 3. Okay, and then submit. Okay, and then we click on overview, and then here is our new set of groups and groupings. So we have, the grouping is the big, it's like the big group. So your group is actually your whole class. The grouping is actually your whole class, and then you are grouped into 5, no? So there are like 17 groups, because you're only, for one group there are only like 5 people. So there you go. This time, okay, sorry. This time, let's already make an assignment with groupings. Okay, so create learning activity, activities, assignment. Okay, lesson 3. So I don't need to place anything in there anymore. Okay, I won't discuss this portion anymore. Submission types, for example, it's usually file submission, or maybe just online text, because maybe you just need to give the URL of your group work. And then submission settings, I'll just have it yes. This time, group submission settings. Okay, so for the group submission settings, if you click on yes here, there is already a list for groupings for students. Okay, so we have what we have made earlier was lesson 2 and lesson 3. Okay, so I would want to choose for lesson 3, because we will be making we will be having like the 17 groups. So lesson 3. Okay, and then for as long as everything else is followed here, whatever restrictions you would need to place or set anything here, then do that one. For as long as we'll just highlight the groupings. Okay, students submit in groups, yes. Require group to make submission, yes. Require all group members to submit. So it's up to you if you want them to submit silang tanan, no? But for this particular settings, what happens for this particular settings? Students required, the group is required to make a submission. Only one member is supposed to submit. Why? Because if another group member submits at a later date, no, the one that was actually, for example, the teacher will be grading the student na, no, that when the teacher grades the student, pana na sila magraduhan sa kagrado. If the student also submits later, another student or another groupmate submits later, kato na siya nga submission ang ma-receive sa teacher. So that means magsabot gyud mo kung kinsa ang ni-submit, no? So, for example, I have already cases like this wherein mingon nga, ma'am, sorry ma'am, kanang ni-submit ko, but supposedly the submitted work of this and that was the official, no? So you would really have to let the students understand that only one person from the group should submit. Okay? And then once that's done, you click on save and return to course. Okay, so questions? Yes. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am Gina is actually saying that for file submissions, yes, it's nice because you could actually really place your comments even within the work of the student. So later on, after this one, maybe we could check if you have already like there's already one submission from the lesson one activity that we had. So I will also show you how to check it, no? So sige. Because yes, ma'am, I also agree with you that, for example, it's a file that's actually less than 5 MB, and then you have to let the student submit it in Google Drive, no? The essence of placing the feedback, the personalized feedback, and even the comments, it can't be done anymore because you really have to go outside of Soul to check the work and then go back again. So it would be better, especially for files, or yeah, I know that this would be very good also, especially for submissions of works in English, or maybe mga kaning um uh, drills or exercises in math, or in stuff where there needs to be like kanang the answer solutions to your students. It's better if you have it in file so that you could really see it, and then you could really place the necessary corrections in there, no? So yeah, it's really good to also have that kind of submission. All right, so let's try to see. Let me see if this has already been checked by the system. Okay. Sige. Okay. Okay. Okay, so there are actually already 3 or 4 submissions to our drafts. Okay, so there are 3 submissions and 1 is a draft. Let us click on view all submissions. Okay. And then you would see right away the percentage of their plagiarized work here. No? So there. Okay, so I don't know why ang usa because Payan but was actually asking for it. Ngano pud siyang where he got this one, the teacher would just click on the percentage itself and then it will show right away. Is it shown? Is it shown?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it is actually shown where he got it because it will actually be seen here, no? So there. And then the thing here is if it's really like just copy pasted, no? So it will also appear here even within submissions within within classes, no, or within soul. If ever there are like submissions that you copied from one person who has a different um, section as yours, then it will also actually be placed here or will also appear here. So there you go. Aside from this one, you as a teacher who has set this this plagiarism on could also receive in your email. So I will receive also in my email the result of the plagiarism check or the plug scan check. Okay. So if you are done with that one, like for example, actually I've already have Junra's work with this one. So you if it were like kanang things that you need to like highlight, you could actually make use of this one, no? So if you could actually have those, no, kanang maingon ana. And then for check and correct work, so you could actually also, especially if it's per like the solution, kung solution siya, you could actually also place right or wrong. And even for especially for the elementary, if they would need like a smile so that they'd be happy with their scores, pwede na siya. And then you could also make feedback. So whatever needs to be like whatever needs to be changed or whatever needs to be improved, you could also place it here, no? So you could place your feedback here. So okay. And I would want Junras to also see, sorry. I would want you to also see the feedback that I have placed. For example, this is like a 10. And then you click on save and show next here. And then Gian's work will appear because it's the next submission there is. Okay. So you could still look into where that plagiarism portion came from. So there you go. And then you go back. Okay. And because okay, supposedly, and you'd still also want to So you could also have this one, expound on whatever. Ano lang. Okay, so for those who I have already placed the feedback, kindly check to see if there really is a feedback there. Okay. So that is how you will be able to check it, no? So I will not check na lang Payan's work. Okay?
Alfie.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am Alfie, I
Yes.
have a concern because sometimes there was a time that I'm checking files like this. I'm using the stamp. And then, incidentally, instead of a check mark, ang X
Yeah.
mark ang akong na-click. And then, nag-appear na siya sa file submission sa mga students. How can I undo or erase it?
Sir
Yeah,
Fred,
for example.
help me. Yes. I think it's this one.
For example, na ay X. And then,
yeah.
appear na siya sa file nga gi-submit din
Like for example, it's like this
how can I
already.
remove
And then
it?
this one.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Okay. Click on this one and then delete.
Ah, okay, the arrow.
Okay, ma'am. So for example, correct unta to siya.
Oh.
For example, because the other item was wrong, no, na wrong nimo. So supposedly this is correct. So you just click on this one, this arrow. You select it and then you just click because there's like a trash bin, and then you just go back and then there.
Okay, so thank you for that. So, ang akong ginahimo, ako na lang gi-overlapan og happy face and then I made some comments kanang
Yes.
na I square din nga yellow. So I
This
made
one,
my
yes. You could actually also like place a
so I
comment.
made a box and a comment
Yes,
nga
you could
nasayop ra ko,
actually
something like
place.
that. Okay.
So
So I learned the arrow. Thank you.
yes. So this is actually something that you could also place. No, if it's really very kanang it's really needed that you have to point out that this portion, you could also make use of this one. Yeah. So questions before, I think this is this the end of assignment, sir? Sir Fred?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my God, you only have like an hour. So no, you have an hour only.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so for other for the one that with rubrics, I will just give you the one that I placed in the open forum. That is the link, or that is the video for how to make an assignment using rubrics. So if there are no more questions, then I will give the floor now to the virtual floor now to Sir Fredley, because he still has a lot to share to you about quizzes. So thank you very much and see you around virtually. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning pa or good afternoon. Okay pa mo?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can grab a tea or snacks. Kay taas-taas ni siya. So ako lang siyang ipa layman terms lang nako. So for this, for my part, I will talk about the dialogue and then we have the quiz. So these are the two major learning activities in mySOUL that you need to incorporate in your virtual classroom in order to generate or to ensure student feedback in your virtual classroom. So first, I will give you the knowledge about the dialogue activity and then followed by the quiz activity. So thank you very much, Ma'am Alfie, for discussing the activities in mySOUL. So for this part, we will Okay na ta? Diretso na ta? Okay. So first is we have the dialogue activity. So basically, in this dialogue activity in mySOUL, I name it as feedbacking and messaging using the dialogue activity. So usually, this particular topic is already discussed in the upscaling training for teachers. So in this part, I will just give you the overview of the dialogue activity, and then I will give some highlights regarding these features. So first one is we have the dialogue activity. So here we will define the dialogue activity, and then we will create the feedbacking and messaging using the dialogue activity for teacher to student, student to student, and everyone. So from here, you will not initially, for communication purposes, uh, we do emailing. Okay, we email our concerns to our subject teacher or to respective students or learners. But here we can use the mySOUL feature by the use of our dialogue activity in sending private messages to our teacher or student. So from here, this is the definition of the dialogue activity. So it allows students or teachers to start a private conversation with another user. It could be teacher or student in that same course. So meaning they should be enrolled in that specific virtual classroom in order to interact with each other. Again, this pertains to private conversation. So don't worry because we are governed with the Data Privacy Act. So basically, in giving private messages in the dialogue activity, this will send automatically on your own particular mySOUL account. You can see the responses coming from your teacher or your student. As a teacher, we cannot see all your messages you send to your respective recipients. So these are example. You have your course activities. Can be useful to teachers when the teacher wants to place a private feedback to a specific student regarding in that online activity. For example, here, this is the given scenario. Example, in an English class, if a student is participating in a language forum, so they use open forum for discussion board and made a grammatical error that the teacher wants to point out without embarrassing the student, a dialogue activity is the key or the perfect place for that. So another scenario and when to use the dialogue activity is to give our counselors or any other uh, admins or faculty, for example, you can have it there, like example, when to use this particular dialogue activity. So one step is first is you can do that one by just giving the feedback coming from the teacher. And then the second is you can incorporate that one as a mode of communication to your uh, receiver. So I'm talking about your learners or your colleagues. So in this case, a dialogue activity would also be an excellent way for counselors within an institution to interact with students. All activities are logged and email is not necessarily required. So basically, here, you will not use your email because you already made a dialogue activity. And in that case, you are secured because that is log. So meaning they have a timestamp. So timestamp, it will display the date and time of that particular message. Again, the dialogue activity is good only for sending private conversation. But as you as a teacher, so you have the full control in sending private conversation or messages to your receivers. So for instance, if you want that particular message to relay to that specific student, then you can do. Okay, as well as the student can also do if he or she raise his concern, and all they need to do is just basically search your name and then send a private conversation. And later I will give you a short demonstration on how to do it. And in this part, the teacher has also control in sending a bulk recipients. So meaning if you are group 1 and you have the same message content that you want to relay to that particular group, then a dialogue is also good for that one. But in that case, you have individual messages, okay? So meaning, pressure send to all, okay? Pero ginana iyang concept. Send to all, but pressure na BCC or blind carbon copy. So ang makabalo lang is ang sender o ang ikaw. Mulang na siya nga part. So again, secure dito sa dialogue activity because it provides us private conversation. And if you do example announcement, so my suggestion is you will do the open forum for the announcement if na kung ganahan ka ma-generate og mga responses gikan sa imong learners. Okay? So that's the description of a dialogue. So these are the features of dialogue. So first one, as I said, the teacher can initiate private dialogues between themselves and individual students. Teachers can initiate individual dialogues with all members of a group at one time. Muna akong gingon nga send to all. So number 3, users can attach documents or hyperlinks or links to their dialogue post. A student can view a timestamp history of interaction between themselves and their teachers. So naa siya date as well as time. So teachers and students can view timestamp history of the interaction between them. So teachers can additionally view interaction history with all students with a particular activity. So take note that users okay. So kindly unmute yourself. Okay. So lastly, the feature of the dialogue is the users can receive notification of a new dialogue post via messaging options. So basically here, you will send a notification coming from your email if you activate in your mySOUL account the profile tab, which I will show you later how to set up in order to notify you with your posts and then the message coming from your instructor or your students. Later, I will give a short demonstration about that. And then we have here the benefits of the dialogue. So again, as I said, conversation is private. Number 2, conversation takes place within the context of the virtual classroom. So it means that only enrolled enrollees in that particular virtual classroom. All exchanges are logged. So this is timestamp. The tool is similar to email in that you can add attachments, conduct multiple exchanges, and timestamp history is kept. So number 5, users can set up email notification of the new dialogue in their mySOUL profile tab. And then lastly, a teacher can initiate individual dialogues with all members of a group at one time. So which means send to all. So from here, so let's give a short demonstration. So let's use our student teacher virtual office. So from here, so for example, you can go to this particular virtual office, the student teacher virtual office, and then you can see here that I use the dialogue activity as part of my communication with my learners or my colleagues. So I have a section in the content section that says "Ask from Soul Teacher" or from Soul Team. So if you click this one, it will show the course page. Okay, you can see here a sample dialogue. So first is I want you to experience the overview before we will uh, demo step by step. So I want you now to open or to go to the Ask from Soul Team section, and then click the dialogue that says send a private message to Soul Team. In sending a communication, so you just simply click the create button. Okay, simply create the create button or click, and then here you will provide a short of explanation or a brief description about your dialogue. So here I specify the recipients of the message. So here, so you will just search this one in the people box. So for example, I want to send a message to Dr. Bunyor. So for example, here, basically in the people box, you can see the suggested list. So this means that these are already accepted because this is enrolled participants in this virtual classroom. If they did not enroll in this particular virtual classroom, you cannot see their names. So from this one, I can see here, you can click the person, and then you can have a proper emailing etiquette. So specify your subject. So example here, uh, example, that's my subject, and then your message. And then your message, you can simply, this is in text editor, as you can see. So you can add plain text, images, a video link coming from YouTube, and you can also attach a file. Make sure that is in a light version. So you can attach a docs with docx version. So that's for the light file for Microsoft Word, or you can do a PDF. And then here, the limit for this part is 500 KB. It's not 5 MB in the because in the dialogue activity, the limit for this one or attaching of files is only 500 KB. For the assignment, so usually they have a file limit to 5 MB. And then if you're done specifying your message, then you can send your message, or by just simply clicking the send, or save that one as a draft. So you are still finalizing your content of the message. So from here, so I will just send it. And the good thing is that in here, if that is individual sending or individual recipient, they will send automatically to that particular recipient. If that is in bulk or that is in group, so you will need to wait a delay or waiting time of 15 minutes or beyond. Basically, this is depending on your internet connectivity. But for the individual giving the private conversation for the individual recipient, then they can see automatically their message. So from here, I can see here that I have a message coming from this particular ST participant. So if I click Marigold, so if I click in this part, so this is the message. And then here I will just reply. Example, this is for example, okay. And then if you want to attach a specific file, then you can do. Example, I will send it, and then automatically Marigold can see the response. So example here, and then example, I will send it. Okay, then they can see the response. So questions regarding the overview of the dialogue activity before we will go that one into step-by-step process. So Scarlett, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Question regarding the sir, sa people na kuan text box ng field sa dialogue, sir. I tried it once, sir, but and then I think dili siya makaadog another person. Does it mean
Yes.
usa lang ang pwede nga kuan,
Yes,
sir?
because that is
Yeah.
in the people icon. In the people icon, you can only send one recipient. In the bulk rule or bulk, that is sending by group, which means presya og kung ga-text ka, presya the same content of the message, but you will send it as many recipients. So parang send to many. So later I will
Yes,
give you
sir.
a demonstration on how to do it. So
Thank you, sir.
you, Scarlett. So questions or clarifications regarding the overview? So, okay. So now let's perform this particular dialogue activity. Again, this is to ensure you with the student engagement. Okay. So for example, if there's accreditation, unsay mga feedback as a student teacher or teacher ang imong gi-conduct para sa imong mga learners regarding sa imong virtual classroom. So one way of that one is katong sa assignment nga ganina nga gipakita ni Ma'am Alfie, wherein they can add also feedback regarding that particular file they have submitted. But in this case, for communication purposes, then you can do the dialogue activity for private conversation in relevance with that particular virtual classroom. So for this part, so I will just basically add a new, not edit that particular section. So in my student teacher virtual office, I will just edit topic 6. Okay, I will just make it sure. Okay, so topic 7, I will just simply edit this section. This is the course page. So every section, so here from welcome down to your last section, in this part, the right side part, this is called the course page. Okay. So for example, I will go to topic 7 and then I will edit this section. So I will just click edit section. And then here, example dialogue activity. And then you have here a brief objectives or description. And then you can click the Save Changes button in order to edit this section. And then here, I will just click the eye icon in order to see this particular section. So the dialogue activity. So how to make a dialogue activity? So you just simply first click the Create Learning Activity and then go to the Activities tab and then select Dialogue. Click the dialogue and then here you need to give it a name, the dialogue title. So example, I will give this particular dialogue as a feedback. Okay, so example activity, activity 1, like teachers feedback. So example, this is your activity 1, teacher's feedback. So here in the description, you give a brief description. So what is this particular activity is all about? And then here we have the maximum attached size to 500 KB. Okay, you can limit your file size, but here 500 KB. So the maximum number of attachments, so it's up to you. Again, we have 5. The maximum is 5. And then here, use the course group. So here, we just tick this checkbox, use course group. So for example, if you want to have the same message that you want to send to a particular group, then click this particular use course groups. And then you scroll up. And then here, if you are still finalizing your dialogue description, so you just click the visibility is hide from students. Again, so it's up to you on how you restrict this particular activity, if you want to restrict this particular activity or not. And then the activity completion, so it's up to you if you will use the do not indicate activity completion, or just students can manually mark the activity as completed. But for this case, since I will give a feedback, so the activity completion for this one is do not indicate the activity completion. So the effect for that in the course page is it will not, the circle with check mark or circle with exclamation mark is not visible. Okay. And then here, so okay, I will just give you an overview. So we have here the dialogue title, the description, the visibility if you are still making, and then the activity completion, and then save and return to course. So that's how you set up a particular dialogue activity. So if you are satisfied with your instruction, then you can click the 3 vertical dots and then click show. And here automatically all you need to do is, as I have demo you earlier, so you just click this particular dialogue and then you can just create your message. But here in a bulk, so we done the individual recipient, so we will do that one in bulk or in group. So basically you can do the bulk sending of messages if you have already your groups. So for example, I will use the bulk open rule, and then I will just simply select the groups. So for example, I will you can select, so example, all participants, all enrolled participants in this virtual classroom, or a specific group. So for example, regarding this one, all senior high school students will receive this particular email, particular message. So the subject is that here we have example title, okay, and then we have example content. So here you should have a proper email etiquette, and then you can simply attach a file or any file, but at least it will not exceed to 500 KB. Or you can use hyperlinks or links to it in the message box. And then you can click the send, and automatically it will not see in the view conversations, but that will be shown in the bulk open rules. So you are basically sending a message, the same message content, but to uh, multiple recipients or many recipients. So here, again, you just simply wait for uh, 5 minutes or beyond 5 minutes, and then automatically you will receive that particular message in your view conversation. So when is the right time to use this particular dialogue activity? Again, you can do it in activity by activities feedback, or you can do it as a plain communication with your teachers, students, and so on. But make it sure that in your particular dialogue, you should specify what particular dialogue is this one. So from here, so in this case, this is good for all the concerns from all the concerns or queries to the SOUL team, and then the other one is good for the feedback for that specific activity. So it's up to you how you will organize or how you will do that particular dialogue activity. Again, this is not graded activity, but this is more on enhancing the student engagement in our virtual classroom. So they will not use a particular emailing services, but they will use this mySOUL. But if you want to be notified in your email regarding this dialogue activity, so you can do that just to make sure that all of your students already edit their profile tab and then their notifications. How to do it? So you just simply go to your My Courses and then go to the profile tab. And then here you scroll down, you can see here, you have preferences, or and then after preferences, then you can see here the notification preferences. You click the notification preferences, and then you can see here that you can enable this particular activity. So for example, if you want to have a notification coming from this particular activity, so you need to turn on. Okay, so click turn on. Example, turn on, and then you turn on all the switch in order to notify with the dialogue post coming from the teacher or the students. And then after that, so usually they don't have a save changes in here, but all you need to do is just click or click this particular switch on, and then you can get the dialogue notifications from your email. And then you go back. So you go back to your main, and then you go back to your virtual office. So that's how you simply set up the dialogue activity. So this is good basically in making follow-ups. So it depends on the audience. So example, if you have an early childhood or elementary, so in that case, they the students, the learners from that lower years can have the notification coming from their email. And usually, ang magamit naman po na is ang ilang mga parents. So usually, na po tayo function ana para ma-notify sila sa atong email or sa ilang email kung ilang i-activate ang mga notification preferences. So in that case, ma-aware sila and then ma-engage sila sa inyong virtual classroom with those different activities nga inyong giset. So questions or clarifications regarding dialogue activity? Questions? You can raise your hand and unmute yourself.
None so far, sir.
None? Okay. So now I will give you the second. Okay, we will proceed right away with the second step. So that the second the activity that is in the form of quiz. So I will just share to you this PowerPoint about the quiz. So can you see now the PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So here, so after the dialogue activity or gathering your feedbacking messages from the private conversation to the student to teacher or student to student approach. So here we will proceed with the quiz. So here in the quiz part, so the quiz feature, this enables a teacher to create quizzes comprising various types of question, just like multiple choice, matching, short answer, and numerical for mathematics. The teacher can allow the quiz to be attempted multiple times with the questions shuffled or randomly selected from the question bank, which means in that question bank, they have a pool of questions. And in that case, that is organized in the type of question. It could be all multiple choice, all short answer, or any other types of questions. And a time limit may be set. So each attempt is marked automatically with the exception of essay questions, because essay questions is considered as a summative question type. So you as a student teacher and or teacher, you need to grade it manually. Okay, so you will know the highest possible score and then grade it directly with those particular responses coming from your learners. And the grade is recorded in the grade book if you set up your grade book. But don't worry, because in the SBE, their grade book is already set up according to the DepEd memorandum. So from here, the teacher can choose when and if hints, feedbacks, and or answers are shown to the student after they take their exams or immediately after they have attempt that particular exam. So quiz is just a feature, but in quiz you can do it in a formative way or in a summative way. For formative, so basically it's more on short quizzes. It's like 5 items or 10 items. And for the summative, then you can have it in 20 items or beyond 20 items. You can have here, you can have your unit exam or your major exam for that summative test. So basically, quizzes may be used for course exams or major exams. As mini tests for reading assignments at the end of the topic for short quizzes, you can do that. As exam practice, for example, practice a learning exercise by quiz, so you can do that. And then immediately give the feedback, so that is good for formative. So from here, So these are the varied question types in our mySOUL. So don't worry, I will not explain all this particular question type because we will have an upscaling, an incoming upscaling activity for this particular varied question. So I will just give you a particular Zoom link so that you can join with us, with the teachers, so that you can familiarize yourself in this particular varied questions. But here I will just give you an overview of these questions. So from here, we have objective question type. So what does it mean? So right away, the students will just see their scores because automatically the system will just check that particular responses coming from the students if that is correct or wrong. So for example, these are the types: multiple choice, all or nothing multiple choice, true or false, select missing words, short answer, drag and drop into text, drag and drop markers, drag and drop matching, random short answer matching, matching and embedded answer close. So in that case, you need to have you need to set the highest possible score in each particular item or question type. And then automatically the system will just check your responses if that is correct or wrong. For summative question type, we have the essay. So in essay, this is manually checking. So you need to read thorough regarding their responses and then you give the highest possible score. So in that case, that means the direct grading for that question type. So I will give you a short I will give you a short overview of this different question type. And then we have first one is we have the multiple choice. So actually in multiple choice in our mySOUL, we can have responses in single response or multiple response. So for single response, of course, there's one correct answer. For multiple responses, we will do the what we call the SATA questions or select all that applies. So particularly here, all you need to do is just simply, if you are in the SATA questions, if that is 100%, so you need to equally divide that particular percentage. So for example, if you have five options, the four options is the correct answer, and then the remaining one is the distractor. So the distractor, so you will give negative 50%. And then the four is you will have 25% of each in that case. So example, if you have a highest possible score of like 1 point, if that is 1 point, so you have 1 point, and then that is SATA question or select all that applies. For example, if your learners select the distractor that is in negative 50%, so basically in that case, so it will deduct that in that particular scores or in that particular percentage. Just so it will just give you a decimal point or decimal rating for that particular item if that is in SATA questions. So questions regarding multiple choice overview, or I am my too fast? Okay lang? Nasabtan lang ang multiple choice?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next is we have what we call the all or nothing. From the word itself, all or nothing is you can get 0 or 100%. So meaning in this case, in this example, if you have the wrong answer, then automatically you will have the score of it's like 0 or perfect or highest possible score. If you set this particular question like Rizal discover 3 species, so you need to tick each specific uh, checkbox, the 3 checkbox, and then if you have the wrong answer, then automatically you will not get the highest possible score for this particular item. So it's all or nothing, 0 or perfect. And then here we have true or false. Of course, it's a basic multiple choice question with just 2 options, true or false. And then we have here, we have the short answer. So in this case, it allows a response from 1 or a few words that is graded by comparing against various modeled answers. So all possible correct answers. So example with S, without S. So you need to specify the possible correct answer. If that's the answer would be, example kanisha, pen name is Laong Laan. So mga social studies din eh. So kinsa ni siya? Kinsa ni siya? Pen name is Laong Laan. For example, unsay correct answer? Kinsay mga social studies? Nakatulog na bang mga social studies?
Absent dagoy ko ana, sir.
So okay, for example, so si Laong Laan, si Jose Rizal. Okay. So Jose Rizal. So all possible correct answers. Jose Rizal, doctor, period, Jose Rizal or Rizal. So you need to specify all the possible correct answer in order to get that particular points. Okay, so that's the short answer. And then in matching, so basically in matching part, so it's more on column A and column B. So you have here statements, and then here are the possible options or correct answers. So all you need to do is just match that particular statement. So that is matching. And here for select missing words. So basically here, select missing words is you will this type of question type allows missing words in a question text that are filled in using the drop down menus. So from this case, so you can place the drop down menus in between a particular statement. And then you will add a particular options for that one. And then here, we also have the drag and drop into text. So these are missing words in question field that are filled in drag and drop. So basically, as you notice below, that are the given choices. So all you need to do is just simply drag and then drop to that particular drop zone. So from this part, so again, the drop zone could be in between or the placeholder, as you can see in your screen, you can see the box there. So that's the placeholder of the option. So for example, you can have it in between the statement. So basically, the drag and drop questions, you can incorporate example classification. So example, we have you can have true or false in this particular setup, wherein the choices are true and false. So they just simply drag and then drop that particular statement to the respective drop zone. And then here we have what we call the drag and drop markers. This is good for elementary or preschool student teachers. So example here, we have a designated mm, let's have a border, kumbaga, so images. So all you need to do is just simply drag that particular text and then drop that one to that particular section. Okay. So basically an image, and you will provide an image. So basically you are skilled enough in making images in using any other photo editing, just like Canva and Photoshop. Then you just simply edit that particular image and then give it a border para klaro siya kung asan nga i-drop ang particular text. And then here we have also the drag and drop matching. So these are the options, and then you just simply drag and then drop. So it's just like matching question type, but here it's more on drag and drop. And then here, random short answer. So basically, in this part, this is like a matching question, but created randomly selected from a short answer questions in a particular category. So what does it mean? So you have a question bank that is all short answer. So example, you have 5 items that is for short answer. So in that case, the system will just, if you will choose this particular question type, then it will just randomly select that particular question bank that is short answer, and then you will just specify how many questions you would like to include that one in the test. So again, we have an upscaling session for that for teachers, and then I will also invite you to please join with this particular upscaling session. And then here we also have embedded answer close, wherein it is a combination of multiple choice, short answer, and number questions. And lastly, we have our summative. So in the summative part, or in not the summative part, but the subjective part, this is essay. So an essay, so if you are math, math teacher, if you are a math teacher, so for example, you have a specific question text uh, that shows that find x with that particular value, and then find y in that particular value, and then show solutions. Then you can also attach a particular file. So make sure you should have a fixed instruction on how they will submit in that particular question. For example, if that is mathematics, so they will need to have they need to pass a solution. So example, they will write it in a piece of paper, and then they will take a photo, and then they will just simply upload that photo to this particular question in essay. So in that case, use you are going to manually check the responses coming from your learners with respect with the highest possible score availed in that particular item. And then you can also have plain displaying of plain text by the use of our text editor. So again, it's up to you if you would like to combine the two. You have the file, and then you have the text editor. So that is in regard with the subjective type in essay. Again, in essay type, this is manually graded by your teacher. You need to check it manually. So here, so I will just give you an overview. So actually in here, this is what we call the question bank. Okay. So this is the scenario of making a quiz feature in our mySOUL. Some of the teachers, di naman sila ani kay medyo kote na siya. So actually kani siya, it's more on organizing your particular particular question from that specific lesson. So from that case, you will just simply grab or randomly select a question from that specific question bank. Example, multiple choice, you have 5 items. In that case, if you assign a particular question bank for that one, you will just select at least, the system will just select at least how many numbers. So example, I will set that one to 1. So one question for multiple choice. So basically the system will just randomly select from the multiple choice question bank with one question. So which means that suggestion will prevent somehow the cheating mode of our students. Kaya advanced naman ang atong mga estudyante ron. Pwede naman sila mag-cheat. Okay, so that's one way of reducing cheating. You will provide example, lesson 1, I will give multiple choice 10 questions. But in that 10 questions, I will only get 2. So in that case, your learners have different set of question, but make it sure that in identifying your question, you should follow the TOS, TOS, Table of Specification, or levels. Kay basin niya kaingon ang mga learners nga, ano mang mas sayo niyang question niya akong lisod kaayo. So you should have set up the TOS before organizing that one into the question bank. And then automatically you just simply use the random question from the question bank. And in that case, these are the common scenario of our teachers. They will just simply directly, okay, di naman sila ma-follow ani siya, so direct na sila maghimo og quiz, and then dito lang sila maghimo dayo question. So again, it's up to how you organize your virtual classroom. But kaning question bank, it's good na ni siya, like for example, if you have your prelim exams or major exams, or you have your quarter exams, like imo rang i-reuse ang questions coming from your quizzes. So instead nga maghimo ka og question pag lain, so imo rang kwaon lang, but randomly selected lang siya. So again, in that case, it's how you formulate the question that promotes higher order thinking skills, or mga metacognition questions ba, or pang board exam questions ba ang imong test. But again, please consider your audience. Okay, so in this part, so technology won't replace teachers, but teachers who use technology will probably replace teachers who do not. So in here, I will just give you a short demonstration of the quiz on how to do it. So questions or clarifications regarding the types of objective question type or subjective question type. Mostly, unsay yung gipanggamit nga question types. You can use the chat box. Hello, okay pa ba? Multiple choice, okay. Okay, multiple choice, okay, objective. Okay. So multiple choice Japan, okay. Drag and drop, okay. So basically, that is depende agad siya sa pag-formulate sa question. okay, as well as using the correct question type. So for now, I will just give you a short demonstration on how to make a quiz. Okay, we'll just share my. So can you see now the virtual classroom? You can use the reactions button. Okay pa ba ta? Buhi pa ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here, so for example, we are in the student teacher virtual office. So I will just zoom out in this particular virtual office. Okay. So here I will just add again or edit another section. And then this is for quiz. Okay, this is the common format or the common quiz management in our mySOUL. These are usually muna gigamit sa mga teachers. Directly lang sila magamaw questions sa quiz nga feature. So how to do it? So first is click the create learning activity. And then you go to activities tab. And then you will locate the quiz. So quiz. Okay, so quiz is just a feature, but you can do it. You can give it in assessment type like formative ba or summative. So click the quiz and then the title of the quiz. So for example, if you have already a fixed quiz, so example that is in the form of a document or file from MS Word, so you just simply copy and paste. So from here, so you will just resize this particular window and then you will just copy. So example, in my case, I have an example quiz. So in this part, so maklaro lang ninyo. You can see the two windows.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So for example here, the title of that particular quiz. So for example, this is unit exam. So this is summative assessment. So unit exam. And then here, so you can insert in the description. So in the description, the quiz description, you will provide the general instruction. Okay. So for example here, I will just copy this particular image. So I will just paste it, copy and then paste. And then here. And this is my instruction regarding the quiz. So for example here, and then you give your instructions. So in that case, so you have inserted an image and then you have the instruction or the description of that particular quiz feature. So they are given only one attempt and then how many items and then how many minutes to take this particular quiz and so on. And then if you have this particular description, then you click display description on course page. So that is visible to that particular section with regards to your description. And in this, in the right side part, these are the quiz settings. So if you are still making the quiz, so you hide from students. And then the timing, so again, this is military time. So example, I will set it to 4. So military siya, so 13, 14, 15, 16. So 16. And then here, the closing is example here, example 5. So 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, 17. Okay, so that's 5 p.m. And then here, this is the duration. So if we take a look in this part, so they have 1 hour to take in this particular quiz. But you need, you can also display the time limit, or in this case, it will, if you will not display this particular time limit, para di sila ma-pressure ang mga estudyante, or depende ninyo kung mabutang ba mo specific date and time. But usually for elementary or mga junior high, kailangan jud makita sila time kay para makabalo sila nga hapit na ang time. Kay kung madili ang ma-result ani like concerns na pod, like hanumang nawad-an ako, like example ni directly na siya submit niya, wala ko kabalo kung hapit na ang oras. So in ana nga case, bisag na nag-set na kag-open and then close the quiz, but muna yung mga concerns sa mga estudyante. So again, you should indicate the time. So just like example 25 minutes, they will take this particular quiz within that given duration. And then here, the grade. So in the grade part, again, don't worry because this is organized basically from each department from the SBE. And then it's how you attempts allowed, how many attempts allowed. So unlimited, so you can do that. But in this part, so I have only 1 attempt allowed. And then the layout. Click the layout for reducing the cheating mode or cheating or prevent online cheating. So every question per page. So again, magadepende pod na kung kinsa imong audience. Kay kung imong every page unya 100 questions tanan items. So maglag jud siya, kay example balibang kusuga ang internet sa Pilipinas. So maglag jud siya. So you can do it by 5 question per page or by 10. So mga depende lang siya kung pila ka items ang imong exams. But usually 20, usually ang among gipa refer is we do micro learning. So we have 20 questions, good for 25 minutes. And then ang question pod is higher order thinking skill level. So we set that one to 1 page every question. So again, depende na ninyo or depende po sa teacher assigned ninyo kung asa siya komportable. Question behavior, no need to change. Ay kung makabantay mo, naiuban nga department, okay? In the layout, naiuban, okay, dini is the new page is 1 page, 1 question. So makita pa mo, click pa mo og show more. So makabantay mo ning navigation method. So this means that if kani siya free man siya by default, so pwede sila maka-jump into another question. But kung i-sequential nimo ni siya, tawon maluoy mo sa mga estudyante, don't edit this one to sequential kay dili na sila maka-backtrack sa ilang previous nga section. Not previous section but previous questions. So if you click next, then it will not go back to the previous button na, like example, di na sila maka-go back to number 1. So mo na siya ang sequential. Kung free lang siya, okay na siya, pwede ka maka-jump. Like example, wala kay answer number 1, so pwede ka mapunta sa number 10. Again, we recommend, but kung depende na sa audience, kung sa college, mas okay naman po ning sequential. At least imo siyang gi-indicate sa description. Kay dili nimo pakuratan ang imong estudyante nga wala nimo ga-sequential ka unya wala nimo gibutang sa description. So in that case, muna po na siya ma-raise nga concern din sa SOUL, like nag-bug na po ng system. So in that case, you should clearly indicate your instruction kung sequential ba siya or pwede ba siya maka-jump in to that particular question. So that's the layout. And then here's a review behavior. So okay na siya. And then review options. This is the important section. So here during the attempt, so all the setup is disable. Kay ka-attempt man ka, ga-answer. So disable siya. Immediately after the attempt, so immediately after nahuman sa estudyante, unsa ang ganahan nimong ipakita nila. So kung ganahan ka mapakita nila is ang score lang, so just click the marks. Okay? Kung score lang siya, ganahan nimong ipakita. And then, for instance, naman kay overall feedback, so pwede nimo ipakita. Like example, kumbaga sa particular item ba, like example multiple choice. In multiple choice na kayo 4 options. And then ang correct option nimo imong gibutangag feedback nga you got it right, and then rational or rationale. So you can also give that particular specific feedback. For the overall feedback lang, this is based from the percentage of score sa estudyante. Pwede ka makahatag og overall feedback. So for example, this ang nga to ni siya apilo ng overall feedback. But if ganahan mo, so ato siyang i-click overall feedback. So for example here, later while the quiz is still open, so marks sa job na akong ipakita as well as the overall feedback. And then here, after the quiz is closed na ang quiz. Pero again, in reality, ang mga estudyante is sila ka take sa quiz kay power interruption and then internet connectivity issues. So my suggestion is you just uncheck this particular the attempt. So imo nang i-uncheck ng attempt, automatic ang uban is mawala pod. So ang kaning din niya mabilin is marks lang, kumbaga. So ang score lang nila sa imo ipakita. So don't worry because you can still see or you can still review this particular feedback or give the particular feedback kung nahumanan na sila tanan. Kung nahumanan na sila tanan, so you just click the attempt and then para makita sila asa sila na correct or na wrong ana nga specific items. But again, kung wala pa sila tanan naka-take, so I suggest nga imo sa siyang i-marks. Not unless kung ang imong imong teacher is muhatag og new quiz sa ana nga estudyante na para pod iyaha. So magadepende lang na siya sa inyong assigned teachers. So again, in this part, in these settings, kung ako estudyante, in this part, kung ang akong question is all objective type of test, makita dayon ko sa scores. But kung naay mix diya nga subjective in the form of essay, dili ko makakita og score bisag gabutang pa kog marks diya. Usa siya makitaan pag na-check na nimo ang essay. So again, it's how you organize kung pura ba siya objective type of test or subjective type of test. Kung subjective, ang remarks pa diya makita ninyo is not yet graded. Okay, kung gi-combine nimo objective ug subjective, so dili makita ng score, not yet graded o Japon ang response or feedback. And then here we have the appearance. Again, optional naman ng appearance, but ganahan mo na ay makita ilahang nawong while ga take. ang pasabutan nako is ilahang profile picture makita. So pwede lang po siya, small image lang. Again, this is optional. And then here with extra restriction on attempts. So example na mag-makeup quiz or exam, so you can provide or i-required nimo ang password if ganang ka mga makeup exams. But usually ang atong buhaton na is na exam, mahatag tag date and time. Pag after that one na wala naka-take, so pwede na si teacher mo grant nga okay, pwede ka mo take ani. So mo ni siya ang password. And then here we can have the overall feedback. So mo ni akong giingon ninyo. So example, the grade boundary is 100%. This is based from the general score. So example, your quiz is 100. In quiz, you have 10 questions. So in percentage ni siya. So just like in this one, so I will just give you the overview. Okay. So example, ganahan kung para makita sila naabay in initial nga overall feedback. So for example, kung makakuha sila anig kanina siya is ato lang i-take note nga mo-apply lang ni siya sa range. So we will see to it that this pertains to the highest limit. Sakto ba siya? Lowest than highest limit. So atong highest limit is 100. So they will get this particular response or feedback. Okay? Kani siya in the form of image, pwede po siya o text. It's up to you. And then here, second na po ta, boundary. So again, percentage na ni siya sa score. So example, makuha sila og 90, mo nimong range. Mo nimong highest. So from here, 91 to 100, so mo ni iyang makuha nga feedback. So from example here, ako lang butangan ni siya og very good. Okay? And then mo add pa ko og another feedback field. So balik ta. We go to overall feedback. So example here, we have 80. So ang range na ani niya is 80 to 90 mo ni iyang feedback. So again here, percentage Japon ayaw mo kalimot. So here, so example here, 75. Imong ibutang nga feedback. Again, the feedback is in the form of image man. So pwede ra pud siya text, plain text. So here, example, kani siya, like example, 60. Then mo ni siya ang akong ipa-feedback. So for example, kana lang siya. So okay na ni siya. Okay. Just make it sure kung saan ni siya pag-save. So automatic dili na ni siya basta ka naka-identify na ka og overall feedback. Automatic na siya, ma-save na siya sa ato nga quiz feature. Okay? Ano man ginani na ako ni siya. So this is because this is to encourage for student engagement lang para naadyo makitaan nga ginani din ni teacher. So makawala po sila okay ani so ang akong range is nakakuha ko 91 to 100% mo din akong feedback. Excellent. Okay, so in ana siya nga case, again depende ni siya sa inyong audience. And then you can do the restriction and then activity completion. So questions regarding making the shell of the quiz. Atong gibuhat is just the shell pa ni siya, wa patay question. Okay. So in ani nga case, so kaning ka Sir Tararepe. So example lang, ubang teachers kay walay feedback, sir. Sa bagay, unsa po'y feedback kung bagsak. Kung bagsak ka, so akong ihat ang mas chadar nga feedback is mo ni siya. Kay i-generalize man niya tanan. Kung makuha ka og 50 or 0%, so na feedback diya nga example, you need to study in that particular quiz and so on. Kani siya necessary jud ang feedback, so it's up to the teacher. But in this case, this is somewhat to encourage the student engagement. Kay example, walay sada magud sa, so as a student ka makita kag feedback nga probably personalized for motivation ba, or example kani ni Sir Tarepe for motivation purposes lang sa learners or to encourage. Kay uban naman good makita kag score, wala na wala na siya probag value ba nga okay. Then example pod is kung mag-feedback ka kada question, imong feedbackan ang kada item, trabahoso jud siya. Actually, kay kaning paghimo aning virtual classroom dili man ni siya good for ana dayon nga sem. Dapat mga 1 sem before pa naka-ready na tanan ang imong mga instructional materials. Kung 0% ikaw na yung magbutang kung unsa ang imong ganang i-feedback. So, okay. Pwede po siya GIF, yes. Pwede siya GIF. Pero, again, depende lang ninyo kung i-GIF ninyo, so make sure dili po siya daw kayo image. Okay, igo-igo lang siya. So example like good job. So example lang ng icon. And then in ana siya nga case, so atong gibuhat is just the shell kung unsay mahitabo. Okay? Wa pa ta gahimo og question. So mo ni buhaton jud sa mga teachers nato ninyo as student teachers. So you just simply click, after that you just simply click the save and display. So do you have questions or clarifications? So sir, speaking of feedback, unsaon pag-give og badges, sir? So kani siya, again, muhatag ako tutorials regarding how to make badges and certificates. And pag tapan, naadya po ni siya yung mga feedback. Actually, naani siya. So again, muhatag ako og links or YouTube tutorial links nga amo nang actually kani is engaging ensuring student engagement. Gahimo naman po ni og mga videos sa among YouTube channel, so I will just integrate that one in this particular student teacher virtual office. So don't worry, katong inyong gi-answer sa survey questionnaire, so daghan man to siya, usually ganahan mo H5P, but don't worry because amo na siyang i-add ni sa virtual classroom kaninyong virtual office. So for this time, quiz ta. Okay? So questions or clarifications? So we are just simply making the shell. Okay? So after that one, after you give it a name, description, the visibility, again, this is very important. Kay ubang teacher or student teachers, malimtan ni nila nga wala pa dito na final ang quiz. So nanay ga-answer nga mga estudyante. So in that case, kung nanay ga-answer, so dili na ka maka-edit sa questions kaya na may na-response. So ang kuha na po na, ang second option na po na is i-delete ang quiz and then make a new one. So I suggest kung di pa final, ayaw sa siya og ipakita. So kani siya is hide from students sa siya. And then visibility, don't forget that one. Timing. And then the grade. So pila ka attempts allowed. Layout. Again, ang layout is, again, depende sa inyong questions kung pila. And then, you click the show more. Again, ang navigation method is free lang siya, meaning pwede maka-jump into another question. Kung sequential siya, so again, dili siya maka-backtrack sa previous page. And then question behavior, so same. Review options, this is very important. Kung marks sa imong ipakita, and then the overall feedback, kung naka-indicate imong overall feedback, so i-click ka siya. Kung wala kay overall feedback, so i-uncheck ka po siya. And then appearance, so optional lang yung appearance. And restriction on attempts, so example kung na yung mga make-up quizzes, imong butangan og restriction. And then you have the overall feedback, and so on. So kani siya is just a plain shell of the quiz. So now let's go to the inside or appearance of the quiz. So let's click save and display. So in this part, so you have your quiz title, and then you have your quiz description. And then here, this is automatically the system will just specify this particular information. Pila ka attempts allowed, open the quiz, and then close the quiz, and then time limit. Unsaon pag-add og question? So you can click edit quiz, or ani ka sa taas, i-click nimo ang gear icon, and then you click edit quiz. The same rajapon ang padulngan. Mag-add ka og question. So depende lang nimo kung asa mo i-click. Click ka gear icon, then edit quiz, or just plain edit quiz button. So click edit quiz button, and then diya nga part, mag-add na ka og question. So example for this one, so mo-add lang ta og kana lang basics lang sa mga question. So multiple choice. So for instance, multiple choice. So unang part is unsa man ni siya, kaning shuffle pasabot. So this means that you will shuffle the questions. Okay? You click kung ganahan nimo ipa-shuffle, but naman tay SBE usually naman na sila mga level nga asay mas sayon, mas lisod, so dili na nato i-shuffle. But again, in that case, the same ang arrangement sa ilang ma-receive kung ga-take sila ni nga quiz sa ilahang classmates. Purag usara ka set A ra siya tanan. Pero kung imo siyang i-shuffle, so meaning lain siya kay ang system naman ang random sa particular question items. So usually based sa inyong student teachers, unsa man ang mode nila ni moms and sirs ani? Shuffle ba or just wala lang siya, dili lang siya i-shuffle? You can place your questions sa chat box. Unsa ilang kalagmitan nga setup ani? Shuffle. So again, magadepende siya sa inyong inyong learners. So example here, I will shuffle lang, and then you can click the add to add a question, add, and then here a new question pa. Okay, from a new question, so you will just pick what type of question bank. So example, first one is true or false. So in true or false, you just click true or false, like true or false, and then nasay makita mo is nasay description kung unsa ni siyang true or false question type. So example mo ni imong first question. So again, first is you click what particular question type, and then you click the add button. And then you are in the true or false question type. So the required the question name is required, so you can have it TF1. So that is just a code name. Again, din makitaan sa mga estudyante. So pwede na ninyo butang TF1, kung multiple choice, MC1, or any other keyword na inyong ganahan. So for example, kani siya, and then iyang question. Di na ka magbutang og number 1, automatic na ang system na ang mo hatag og numbering. So automatic lang plain question. So for example, akong kuha ng question sa akong example nga file. So example kani siya. So this is the question. I will just copy, right click and then copy and then paste sa question text. So kani nga question text, so basically mauni siya ang question itself. And ayaw nagbutang og number 1 diya kay automatic na ang system na mubutang og number 1. And then the highest possible score. So example, this is good for 1 point. If that's good for 2 points, then put 2. And then general feedback. So okay ra, optional naman na siya. And then here, kung specify na nimo ang correct answer. So in that case, based sa akong document, ang correct answer is false. So example mo ni siya, pili lang ka, false man siya. So ganahan ko nga naay feedback mandawat pud ang akong learners kung false ang iyang answer. So ang tawag ani niya, muna siya gitawag og specific feedback. So kani siya is general feedback for all. Kung correct ba ka or wrong, so muna siya ang general feedback. But kung ganahan na kag specific feedback, ana ra nga particular option. So example, kung si teacher is medyo ganahan siya engagement jud, so you can just simply copy kung ma-false siya mo ni dapat mo ni feedback. And then I will paste this one. Feedback for the response is false, and this is the correct answer. And then here, kung ma-answer niya is true, then I can also have the feedback for true. Depende ni siya sa inyong subject teacher or inyong teacher assigned. Na uban na is teacher og hatag og correct answer, wala na feedback. So again, depende yan ni siya sa inyong audience. And then, after that, specifying the true or false, then you click the Save Changes button. And if ganahan mong i-preview, so mo-click ka mo aning magnifying lens. So makita mo, so yun aning iyang itsura. So pili lang ang estudyante. And then if ganahan mong i-edit, so i-click ka ni nga gear icon. Gear icon and then i-edit na ninyo. So I suggest before ninyo i-deploy ang inyong quiz, dapat inyo na good siya na double, na triple, or na final na ninyo ang quiz. Before ninyo i-deploy kay muna yung mga common issues sa nga gipang-raise sa mga students or learners sa Office of SOUL. Don't worry about the ID number, wala lang to siya. Wala lang siya ang ID number. So as you can see, we have also the highest possible score nga imong gi-base sa default markings is imong gi-set up is 2. So you can see we have 2 and then here this is the maximum grade. So ato po ni siyang imong 2. Okay? So i-2 and then i-save. So sa multiple choice, kabalo naman mo tanan sa multiple choice, right? Sa objective. Asa pa ang i-need na ako og demonstration. Basic sa objective type, we have multiple choice. We have multiple choice, true or false, short answer. And then we have kana lang siya sa basic. So in that case, so for example, I will add this particular example SATA question. So I will add a multiple choice. So last one is SATA question. So click add and then click new question. And then you have here, you will choose the multiple choice, and then you click the add. This is multiple SATA, or select all that applies, multiple choice 1. And here, this is the question. So for instance here, this is the question. So in this part, so that is the question text. In the question text, you need to specify your question and then the highest possible score that is good for 1 point. And then here, shuffle the choices. So yes. So here, one or multiple answers. So you click multiple answers allowed. Okay. In this part, okay, here we have this one. So for instance, we just simply copy. Again, use structure lang kung pila nimo ka points ang imong ihatag. So example, you just simply copy the second option. Like example 25% na po siya. So the choice there are the options. Ayaw mo kalimot kay basi mabutan niyo sa feedback. So dapat choice. So for this one, I will just copy. And then here, we will grade this one as 25. And then here, and then here we have 25. So if we total that one, so that's 100%. So the choice for the option 5, so we'll have another option. So example, this one. And then you can have it with how many percent, or siya right minus wrong. But it's up to you how you structure it in the SATA question. For example, here, I will click on -50. So in that case, if ma-check nila na, so na sila 0.75 or 0.50 ay ilang score. Usually, yes, ang SATA is depende lang dyan siya sa pag-structure. Pwede po siya single lang. Mas common lang is single choice. And then save changes. So in that case, if you want to preview, and then in ani siya nga part. So in this part, nani ang yang structure. So my recommendation is that if naamoy mga questions, if naamoy mga inyong question items is in Microsoft Word, I suggest nga inyo pa siyang or for plain text lang siya ha, dili wala lang ko gaingon nga kanang na images sagol. Kung plain text lang sa siya, inyo siya siyang i-copy sa notepad. So just like this one notepad. Mag-copy sa mo sa notepad, then i-paste din gikan sa Word. Like for this one, for some kanang mga napay mga napay ma-distinguish man gud sa atong system is napay mga sobra ka space or other mga font pa. So imo sa na siyang i-copy and then imo siyang i-paste din sa notepad and then usa na siya i-paste diya pod sa sa mySOUL. Kanay uban inani nga case makita mo is dako kay siya spaces. So naa pa siya mga kwan dinhi, napay mga part. So mo na siya kung directly lang ninyo gi-copy sa Word. So I suggest kung gamit sa mog notepad sa plain text and then usa na ibutang sa kana nga question type. So in that case, that is 1 point. So example 3 points siya. So inyo po na siyang ibutang og 3. Iusog po ninyo ang maximum grade to 3 and then i-click ninyo ang save. So basically that's how you structure a quiz. Kung directly lang siya na nabutang sa inyohon nga quiz nga feature. Kung wala mo gagamit og question bank. Again, kung magamit mo question bank, don't worry because I will give the question bank details as well as the quiz management tutorials kay nahimo naman namo siya sa video. So ako lang i-place din sa student teacher virtual office kung asa ang inyong mas ganahan. Para mas sayon siya ma-organize siya kay if ever kung natay example na mga accreditors, tantaw man nila like example na mga inyo bang quiz na ba mo'y question bank ani inyo ba ni siyang like example na ba mo'y pool of questions and then inyo na siyang ibutang sa specific nga quiz. So again, ano na siya is proper organizing lang sa inyong question. Like lesson 1 mo ni siya ang mga possible question that is good for multiple choice, short answer, and then inyo siya kung gi-categorize as well as the points. Okay, para kung na may question bank, automatic na lang inyo lang pag-pull nyo ang randomly selected from the question bank. And don't worry, kaya ako na siya ibutang din sa student teacher virtual office. Ang detailed, kay taas-taas jud siya ato. So karon lang is pinaka-simple lang ni siya. So questions or clarifications. Again, kung manaay essay, so don't worry, kay muhatag pug ko og essay nga video tutorial how to do it as well as to check it. So karon lang siya is akong gipakita is ang simple making of a quiz management in the form of objective assessment. So questions or clarifications? You can unmute yourself or from the chat box you can type. In that case, okay, I will add another ma'am, Dr. Doc Bonyor about the all or nothing multiple. So lain siya nga type. It's all or nothing. So example here, I will just simply click again, kung naa naman mo, din siya nga part. So example lang, kaya wa pa man ninyo gi-publish, right? Ang inyohon nga quiz. Ato sa siyang i-hide, kaya basig na mo answer nga mga estudyante. So kung gi-hide pa ni siya, okay? So kung gi-hide pa ni siya, inani pa siya nga format napay indicator nga not published to students. So for example here, if you want to add one question, so that is in the form of all or nothing, usa na lang. Okay? All or nothing is click the unit exam. And then here, you can see preview quiz. Now na siya, dili na siya edit quiz. Kaya naman kay nasudlan nga quiz. So how to edit? So just simply click the gear icon. And then you click edit quiz. You cannot edit quiz basta kananay na naka-attempt na. Ang imo na option ana is i-delete na ang quiz. And then here, you will add another question. So example, this is all or nothing na siya, ma'am. All or nothing, so 0 or perfect score. So click kag all or nothing and then click the odd. It's a type of multiple choice. But here, this is all or nothing multiple choice. So example 1. So sa akong all or nothing multiple choice, so for example, like kani siya, like sata man Japon siya nga part. But kani siya is mas lisod ni siya nga sata nga question. Kay pang kuan man ni siya sa mga estudyante kung dili nimo o ano mo na answer ang correct jud, like tulo ka depende ni siya sa pag-formulate mo sa question na may uban nga napa sila hint, napa yung na select 3 only na may ana nga question. So example ana mo po na siya sa usually sa mga exam sa mga abroad ng mga quiz na sila yung mga hint, kumbaga select only 3. Select 3 only. And then mo specify ka din like example pila imong score. So kani siya good na ni siya as 3 points. So kumbaga here imo siyang butangan din. So makita ka is dili na siya percentage, right? Puro na correct. Kung correct siya, so i-check nimo. Kung dili siya, so wala kay i-check. So for example here, let's have this one. So essentialism. So progressivism. Ayaw kalimot, dili sa feedback but sa choice nimo ibutang. And then we have here muad kag usa upati ay okay usa. So choice 3 and then muad ta og 1 distractor. For this part kato na lang siya. So copy and then paste mo sa 4. So kani siya asa ang correct ani. So kung nata din sa all or nothing multiple choice question, so you give it a question. It's up to you if you want to be naka-hint or wala. Depende lang na sa imong audience. So default marking and then you shuffle the choices and then correct siya, so nasa ana. Correct siya, nasa ana, and then correct, nasa ana. So kana siya is false man siya, so again it's up to you makakuha ba siya 0 or perfect. Kung lacking pud ang iyang pag-check, so ana nga case is 0 Japon siya. Kay kulangan man iyang answer. And then you click the save changes. So kung inyo siyang i-preview, ani iyang gawas, press out check box. Inana siya. So again, importante jud nga inyo siyang mag-notepad sa mo, i-paste sa ang text sa notepad dayon i-paste na din sa inyong mySOUL. Kay may naani man siya daghang mga silbi, daghang mga spaces. So I suggest kung plain text na siya, kung nasa Word, inyo siyang i-paste sa notepad and then i-copy papunta na siya sa inyong mySOUL. And then 6 naman siya, so dapat po inyo po siyang i-change to 6. And then click the save. And then depende man ni siya sa uban man god ang ilaharang i-edit din ni example this is good for 100 points or 100 muna siya ang score. So kaning 6 points ilan ni siyang i-divide to kaning particular points. So depende na siya sa subject teacher kung ang iyang remarks is kani jud based sa kaning particular item. Example 6, so 6 po ni siya dapat. But ang uban is ganahan mas lag 100 kay mo na ilahang prag silbi, ilahang ilahang quiz is 100 points tanan. Pero usually ang ginagamit na sa uban is kung pila ang imong items mo po na ang pila imong marks mo po na siya ang maximum grade. Sa usually mga SBE man ni siya, so in ana siya nga case. Again, dili gapasabot aning kani siya, kaning 6 points is 6 items. This is the highest possible score nga imong pag-set sa kada particular item. So kani siya, makita nimo 3 items ra ni siya, pero mo ni siya ang iyahang mga highest possible score. Kay mo man siyang define nga mo ni iyahang pwede makuha nga points. So dili may nga lain uban nga 40 points tanan ang na may uban nga 40 items. But kana siya nga items nga part is 40 points pasabot ni ana. So it's how you you disseminate sa kaning mga highest possible score or default marking sa each question. So makita naman po na nimo kay pag click nimo aning gear, makita man mo ana every mag-take mo og quiz naman na siya mark out of 2. So pasabot ani kani nga particular item is worth 2 points. Kay na siya mark. So every pod as a student role pod. So example, I will go to student. So akong ipa-show. And then I will go to student mode. So again, gear and then switch role and then student quiz. And then I will click the quiz and then I will attempt. So napa instruction, then click. So makita po na ninyo nga naa po na siya mga markings. Okay? So example here. So example next. So example, I will click finish and then submit all and finish. And then makita po ko nga mo ni akong mark. So mo ni siyang gitawag nga overall feedback. So instead nga wala isulod din so mo na siya ang point. So as you notice, kung wrong ang imong all or nothing, so actually nara ka dito sa multiple answers nga naka-correct. So naka 0.25%. And then ang 0.25%, so based na siya sa imong overall, so mo nimong nakuha nga feedback poor. So mo na siya. So that's how basically quiz works. So questions. So I will questions, you can have it in the chat box. Okay. Okay, Ma'am Gina. Hello, ma'am. When ni siya, ma'am? Like, sa continue ni siya, ma'am? Until 5 ni siya, ma'am?
Actually, sir, ang tud 4 lang, pero
Ala, oh,
okay ra, sir. Nag-enjoy raman pod mi, sir. Nag-bio break lang ka jud si Ma'am Gina, sir.
okay. So, sorry niya. So, nakuha na tanan, na-observe bra, sobra kayo sa kakuha na. Okay, ha? Na-observe ba to siya?
Yes, sir. So much information. Very
Okay.
helpful.
Okay. So, don't worry, kay recorded man ni siya. So, pwede po mo maka-review ato akong gipang sulti. But don't worry because another upscaling for teachers is scheduled by next week. So, mahataga po kog link dinhi sa student teacher virtual office as well as the tutorials nga inyong gi-suggest katong based sa inyong pag-answer kung ga-answer mo sa student teacher training profiling. So, ako po siyang i-post din sa inyong virtual office. So, I guess, again, information overload, but again, hinay-hinay lang ta. o familiarize and then review regarding amo sang after ani is mag-post na ni og mga tutorials. And if ganahan mo na mo like example like training, then you can ask you can use the ask from Soul team, and then you can send us messages kung unsa ang inyong mga concern. And then again, narami jud is para mo tabang. Kaya ayaw mo kabalaka. Okay. So thank you very much. So I will give the floor to our synthesis reflection. So I will just share my screen first. Okay. So our synthesis, our reflection is coming from Miss April Grace Katakutan.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And good afternoon to our trainers for this 2-day soul training. And my synthesis for this 2-day training will are that how to create an update of the attendance. So we were by Ma'am Alfie, I was moved, and I can finally update some of the parts of how to create an updated attendance for my pupils in the elementary school. And also in the open forum, I didn't know that there will be a live open forum for teachers, for student teachers and teachers, and also for pupils to interact in that open forum, and also how to give a grade for each for forum posts. And also for the assignments, actually, our cooperating teacher has given us an advanced tutorial in the Soul classroom, actually, and how we would put up our assignments and also the other activities, and how we would create a learning activities, and we can use other features for to beautify also our virtual classroom. And also for the feedbacking and how we would put up our tests or exams also in the Soul virtual classroom. I think that would be all for the reflection.
Okay, so at this point, the College of Education and the Center for Excellence in Learning, Teaching, and Assessment, CELTA, which is the training hub of the College of Education, would like to provide or share or give our gesture of appreciation for our speakers, saying Sir Fred Lee. Sir Fred, thank you. Ulitaw pa na si Sir Fred. Joke. And also Assistant Professor Alfie Arcelo. So please allow me to read the citation. College of Education, Suleiman University, Building Competence, Character, and Faith awards this certificate of appreciation to Assistant Professor Alfie Kinamot Arcelo, licensed professional teacher, for her exemplary commitment to excellence in pre-service education as speaker and facilitator during the online training, Navigating mySOUL as a Student Teacher, Essentials in Setting Up and Managing a Virtual Classroom, held on November 5 and 6 via Zoom, given the 6th day of November 2021 at Silliman University, Dumaguete City, Philippines. Signed, myself as CELTA Director and Dean of the College, and Dr. Earl Jude Paul L. Cleope, Vice President for Academic Affairs. Daghan kaayong salamat, Ma'am Alfie. And the same certificate ato ihatag with the same citation to Sir Fredley P. Bukog. Also, a licensed professional teacher like all of you. Next year, we claim that for his exemplary commitment to excellence in pre-service teacher education. As speaker facilitator during the online training, Navigating mySOUL as a Student Teacher, Essentials in Setting Up and Managing a Virtual Classroom, given the 6th day of November 2021 at Silliman University with same signatories. Daghan kaayong salamat, Sir Fred. We really
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Dr. Bonyor and Dr. Naspik and all the student teachers. Thank you for attending and joining.
Yes, sir. And we will just call you and Ma'am Alfie, sir, when the business and finance is already ready with our modest token. Daghan kaayong salamat. And for our student teachers who are asking, pila ni ka oras in your DTR? So today, it's 4 hours. Kaya niabot tag alas 5, right? And yesterday, that was 3 hours. So this will be recorded in your DTR as a 7-hour training. Okay, daghan kaayong salamat. And at this point, we are ready for...
Kuan,
yes,
ma'am,
sir.
before mo end, ma'am, so I request kami may muhatag pug certificate for our student teachers. So
Right.
I would like to type in the chat box your complete name. Kay 45 instead of 70 man tong gahapon, so 45 na lang. So actually, ma'am, na may attendance pod, ma'am.
Yes, sir. What we do is we have a shared spreadsheet, and then they identify if they're present day 1, day 2, or both days.
Okay.
So we will share that link with you. Payan is
Yes.
managing that spreadsheet, shared sheet, sir.
Sige, ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, and we would like to request Payan before the closing prayer to give a short reflection, since what we had earlier was a synthesis. Okay, so impressions, pay, and then closing prayer. Payan is the president, sir, sa ilahang LPT po ilang organization, sir. League of Practice Teachers. O, di ba? Okay, Pay, go for it.
Okay, so good afternoon to each and everyone. So I'm so happy seeing you all, and of course, I'm assigned to share my reflections. So personally, I really enjoyed the 2-day webinar, although of course, before this webby shop or webinar started, I had probably apprehensions or muragbog at apprehensions, anxieties or worries on my part, because whether I will retain the contents or the details of our webinar or our webby shop, but I have proven that after this training, I actually gained a lot of information, and aside from information, I am now even more confident in beginning my first demo this Tuesday, November 9. So sakto ra jud kaayo nga wala pa mi nakasugod sa social studies, because I don't know if paunsa pag navigate sa soul, if we had our first demo last week pa or before the ACAD break. So this is very timely, this is very relevant, Jude, and important for us practice teachers. And I hope that my fellow practice teachers also share the same sentiments, that despite of the challenges brought about by the pandemic and of course our virtual setup, This will not only help us during our practice teacher journey, but definitely some of us here will be hired by Suleiman University, probably, who knows, or even they will be hired in other private institutions that have already their own version pod of Soul or counterpart of Soul. So this will really be helpful. And if ever you will be assigned in a public school, still it's a very beneficial webinar, because at least you will have the edge, or probably you have that skill in terms of technological stuff and so on and so forth. No, so I'm blessed also to be part of this training, and we hope and we look forward to have more trainings, especially in our in navigating mySOUL. So we also would like to thank our trainers, Ma'am Alfie and Sir Fredley, for a very engaging and very helpful training for us practice teachers. So once again, thank you so much. And also to our supervisors for doing their best, especially just for us practice teachers to have the necessary skills, the necessary knowledge before we begin our, or as we go along with our practice teaching. So that would be all. Thank you.
Okay, padayon na ta sa atong prayer. Sir
Okay,
Pei.
with that, let us pray for a closing prayer. Shall we bow down our heads and pray? Lord of all life, Lord of all knowledge, Lord of all wisdom, we thank you for allowing us to successfully end our 2-day training on navigating mySOUL as student teachers. This afternoon and yesterday's training have really been a big help for all of us practice teachers, and even our supervisors were able to review some tools and some settings, some features in mySOUL. And we are truly grateful for the patience, the effort, and the skills imparted by our very competent trainers, Assistant Professor Alfie Q. Arcelo and Mr. Fredley P. Bukog. We also would like to ask for your guidance, for strength, especially, dear Lord, that most of us are already, or all of us are already starting in our demo teaching. Perhaps some of us are already still in the stage of preparing the curriculum map and a learning plan. Lord, whatever stage we are, may you continue to guide, bless, and provide us the endurance and the strength that we may finish this course. Lord, we pray that we will be competent, we will be faithful, and we will be responsible practice teachers, so that our students will really learn a lot from us, and that we will build a strong relationship between our cooperating teachers as well. Lord, as we end our training this afternoon, may you bless each and every one of us who maybe they are in different places, far away from their homes, connecting their internet connections and other reasons, oh Lord. May you bless them on their way home. This we all ask in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, the Via Veritas Vita. Amen.
Amen. Okay.
Photo opportunity na ta.
Photo, picture,
Picture,
documentation.
documentation.
Okay.
Sir Fred, ang nag-absent di ay karon some of them, it's because na ay power interruption in some areas, sir.
Sige, ma'am. So
Okay.
here, we have 2 slides. So kindly turn on your camera if your connectivity allows you. So ato na ni okay. So, smile, makaon ako. So, first page ni siya, but again, you can take a photo pod sa inyohon. So, ready? 1, 2, 3, smile.
Stay friendly.
So, tayo sa ako sa ikuan, i-paste. So, dual monitor ta din eh. So, paste na ako. Okay. Sa page 2 na ta, uy, napay mo apas. Okay. So, page 2, 1, 2, 3, smile.
Stay marigold.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for attending. Thank you, Dr. Nasvik and Dr. Bonur and all the student teachers again for our future LPTs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Pay, na ako gi-message, Pay. Ignara niya ako kung madayon kanos by Monday.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sure, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.